Call the meeting to order. We'll take roll call.
Commissioner Atwood,
Here.
Commissioner Brady, Commissioner Glissman,
Here.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Here.
Commissioner Petrie,
Here.
Mayor Haynes.
Here. We'll all rise for the pledge of allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. McCarthy.
Mayor King, I'd like to make a motion before we start into the meeting tonight. I move that for this meeting only, discussion of each agenda item remains subject to the 30-minute limit established by the rules and procedures of the city commission. And that each commissioner be recognized for no more than 2 speaking turns on each agenda item unless extended by simple majority vote 3-2 of the commission. A second.
All right, we have a motion on the table and a second to limit to our rules the 30 minutes and 2 speaking turns unless extended by a simple majority. Discussion.
Since I made the motion, my attempt at this is after so many of our meetings at the last meeting, that we continue to budget certain amounts of time. And in all fairness, meetings can go over, they can. But we end up with 5 and 6 hours where everybody's stuck here. So I wanted to just make sure that we tried something that was only for this meeting to see if maybe we can move things along and still fairly give everyone a chance to speak.
Good. Any others? Mr. Elwood,
What was the motion again, please?
could you repeat?
Do you want me to read it, Ramon?
No, I can read it. For this meeting only, discussion of each agenda item remain subject to the 30-minute time limit established by the rules and procedures of the city commission and that each commissioner be recognized for no more than 2 speaking turns on each agenda item unless extended by simple majority vote, 3-2 of the commission.
Any other?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isn't that already in our rules and procedures?
It is, but I think what she's trying to say is we have debated that. In fact, we just debated at the last meeting at the train depot. So I think she's trying to establish, hey, we're not going to debate it. We're just going to take action on it today.
So it's by 2/3 vote.
If you want to, no, majority.
Majority.
That's goes against our policy.
Could you state the policy that it goes against? Because I think she's stating the policy it actually adheres to.
J2, suspension of rules. The rules and procedures of the city commission may be suspended for good cause for specified portion of a meeting by 2/3 vote on the entire commission
All right, thank you. Mr. Francis, is Ms. McCarthy's motion a suspension of the rules or a reiteration of the rules?
Thank you, Mayor. The rules provide for a 30-minute time limit, generally as a default. The rules do not provide anything with respect to 2 speaking turns, for no more than 2 speaking turns on each agenda item. So that wouldn't be a suspension of an existing rule. I think it would be a confirmation of one rule and then a temporary rule for this meeting with respect to recognizing a limit of 2 terms.
Very good, thank you, Mr. Francis. Ms. McCarthy,
I would just like to also explain my defense so that you understand where we're coming from, because he supported it. Consistent with, but not contrary to, the existing peer rule giving priority to first speakers, and with Robert's Rules traditional expectation that debate rights are not unlimited. The strongest arguments to support what I just said is every commissioner still receives an equal opportunity to speak. Every commissioner receives at least first and second opportunity to speak. The rule applies equally to all members. The commission itself has adopted the limitation through the vote. Debate remains available through a motion to extend debate. So it's supported by that. And again, thank you, Mr. Francis.
understood. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. I'm looking at the approval of the June 15th, 2026 agenda. Ms. Petrie.
I'd like to make one change to the agenda. And then, I'd like to move that we only consider H1 the closed session if the regular business of this meeting is concluded by or before 8:30 PM. If it goes after, I'd like, if necessary, to reschedule a special meeting for this matter.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there support?
Support.
We have a motion on the table by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner Glissman to address you're gonna need to repeat that. Address H1 only if we finish the regular business meeting by or before 8:30 PM or move to
Reschedule
reschedule for a special meeting. Is that correct?
for this matter, yes.
Okay. Discussion. Mr. Atwood.
I would also request that we eliminate G5 and G6 from the agenda for tonight.
Would you like to make a friendly amendment?
No.
Okay. Then we stick to the motion that's on the table and supported. Any other discussion? We'll take,
I support Mr. Evans.
can't do that. There is a motion on the table, and there is a maker and there is a supporter, and that is what we are going to either discuss or vote on. All right,
Mr. Mayor, who was the supporter, please?
it'd be Ms. Glissman. All right, we will take a roll call on that one.
Commissioner Atwood,
No.
Commissioner Brady.
No.
Commissioner Glissman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy. Yes. Commissioner Petrie.
Yes.
Motion carries. Yes.
I'd like to approve the minutes for the June 1st meeting with one.
We need approval of the agenda first.
That's what we just did.
No, we didn't.
What did we do?
She made a motion to remove item H1 if we didn't finish business by 8:30.
I
Can you
thought I
reread
said,
your motion, please?
I think I said first, I want to approve the agenda with one change. But
Sorry,
I can,
you're
no, that's
approving
okay.
the
I can, do
agenda.
you want me to redo that?
Ms. Sanchez, does that work for you, or do we go backwards?
No, I got it.
I'm open. Okay, very good. All right, so we're at the minutes. Is there a second?
You didn't tell, I
What?
didn't tell I didn't say.
Oh,
the
you
change.
didn't?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I already talked with Ramona, so she knows the change, but I just wanted to reiterate. In the public comments, it said, Kelly Nolan spoke about comments made at previous meeting. Mayor Hing gavelled and ruled Ms. Nolan out of order several times for using slanderous remarks and disrupting the meeting. I'd like to make a change and just say Mayor Hing gavelled, because he didn't make a ruling, so.
Can you tell me what page that's on?
Last page. I'm sorry, make a ruling and then the rest of it. Make, Mayor Hing gavelled Ms. Nolan out of order several times for using slanderous remarks and disrupting the meeting. Actually, I don't even know if that's what I get.
Okay. So your approval with the edit of
There was-
removing the
yeah.
part where there's no
No
ruling?
ruling.
Okay. All right. Was there support on that?
Support.
All right. Motion by Ms. Petrie, support by Ms. McCarthy to approve the minutes with the edit that she stated. Do you have all of that, Ms. Sanchez? Okay, thank you. Discussion. Mr. Atwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's also commentary in here, once again. As the commission has ruled, I believe twice now, to just do action items only. Per your request, there is a back and forth between Mayor Hing and UR. Not sure who UR is, but I'm assuming you're meeting Commissioner Atwood. So I would just like that taken out of the minutes.
All right. Ms. Petrie, are you willing to make an amendment to a friendly amendment to your motion?
I don't know where you're at.
I think he's on page 3 of the minutes.
Okay. So which one did you want me to take out? It said here.
The back and forth here, let's see, so after there is a vote on the main motion, which failed 2-3, commission engaged in extensive discussion regarding the Brookwood of Lapeer. And then you and I were called out of order, and then there's mention of Robert's rules. Then it has me about the motion. And then our back and forth. And then some citations, some more citations.
So are you saying from here to here you want taken out, or what part?
Just action items only. Like we discussed.
Okay. Ms. McCarthy?
I'm just under, I know where we've been before. It's pursuant to Robert's Rules 48.411, Robert's Rules 48.55, and Rules and Procedures 8.10F. Minutes include this exchange verbatim exactly as quoted together above, together with time stamp. I really don't want to look it up. Can I understand what all these Robert's rules were? Does anybody know?
Yes.
Thank you.
These Roberts rules are citing the authority to which the presiding officer has to direct the city clerk to take verbatim quotes when ruling on a person out of order, to record the nature of the out of order when it pertains to language. And so each of these supports that authority. And it also supports the authority of the commission to add things in by simple vote if they want. So there's 2 ways to get, this isn't narrative, this is actually a transcription of the actual words. So that's the first distinction. The second distinction is that the commission, there's 2 ways to get things on the minutes. One is the presiding officer can direct it, even though general rule of thumb is action only. The presiding officer can direct it. And the second way to get them on the minutes is the commission themselves can make a simple majority vote to get it on there as well. And so that's what all 3 of these back up in terms of the authority.
I'd like to make my second response tonight. Would it be fair to say, because I don't understand, sometimes the attorney will say in a meeting, I would like you to put this into the minutes and hold it, place it into the minutes. Is that the same idea here where a presiding officer or the city attorney can request that
Yes.
something specifically be held in the minutes,
Mhm.
whether it be above and beyond motion, action, or outcome?
Yes, and for a little bit of clarification there, the attorney, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Francis, actually doesn't have the authority to direct the clerk to do that. What he does is he directs it through the chair.
Okay.
And in the past, in fact, the minutes that Mr. Atwood is referring to where we've ruled to be action only, he directed through the chair to have some public comments narrated that day on those same minutes.
Okay.
And I agreed.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call.
Repeat the motion, please.
Yes, Madam Clerk, if you could repeat the motion before the roll call.
To approve the minutes of the regular meeting held June 1st, 2026, striking out for using slanderous remarks and disrupting the meeting.
All right. Mr. Atwood?
Yes, my request was not in that motion.
the mover chose not to make the friendly amendment, as far as I understand, unless you're
Well,
considering it.
I'm sorry, Ramona. I just wanted to take out the word "and ruled." Yeah, because he didn't rule it.
Yep.
He gavelled.
I think Ramona, or I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, Ramona, will you just read it to me again?
yeah.
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting held June 1st, 2026, striking out "and ruled" for using slanderous remarks and disrupting the meeting. Or are we just taking out "and rule"?
I think it should be, just bear with me, I think it should be for using slanderous remarks, because I didn't make that ruling. That's actually
Yeah, so just
A
and ruled.
a
He
specification.
gavelled, Ms. Nolan. After, the rest of it. So just and ruled. He didn't have a ruling.
All right, bear with us, Madam Clerk. After those edits, if you could please read it back to the commission.
Hold on 1 second, I'm trying to get to the
Mm-hmm.
other one.
Take your time.
So it would be to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held June 1st, 2026, striking out "and ruled." Period.
And the rest of it.
Do you have that, Ms. Sanchez?
Yep.
Okay. So I think it's that whole second sentence. All right, that is the, I'm sorry?
I believe she only wants those 2 words.
I said and ruled. Because you didn't rule.
Let me look what we have here. Here's what it reads. Kelly Nolan spoke about comments made at previous meeting. Mayor Hing gavelled. That's what you want. And you want the rest struck. Because "and ruled" Ms. Nolan out of order several times, because if we just take those 2 words out, it'll say Ms. Nolan out of order several times for using slanderous remarks and disrupting the meeting, which I didn't make a ruling.
Yeah.
I read the rules, and before I could make a ruling, the floor was seized through an improper motion.
Yeah, right. You're right. I just wanted to, but if we keep the rest in there, it shows that he ruled something, which he
Yeah.
didn't, so.
Yeah.
Take all of it off.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Are we good yet? Okay. Mr. Atwood, this is your 3rd turn. Are we applying this now to the meeting? I think we should. You've had your two chances.
My request has not
I'm
been
not,
addressed.
I don't want to do a friendly amendment.
Well, then I
Okay.
have another amendment that I would like to make.
That you would like to suggest,
Yes.
please.
The chair early on in that meeting also said that he did not agree with planning. I would appreciate it if you put that in there.
Ms. Petrie, are you
I
wanting
don't know what
to make
you're
that
referring
amendment?
to in the meeting.
In the meeting, the chair mentioned that he did not agree with the planning commission
Do you
on
have
this particular item, and I would like that in there.
what particular item where? Where are you looking at on the minutes is what I'm getting at.
Give us a motion number, please.
Well, I don't have the motion number. I'm assuming it is in the very first one that failed.
145,
mm,
143.
Yes.
Yes, I believe it's in 143.
Okay,
I don't mind if I'm in there. I'm happy to be in the minutes, but I would also like that statement in the minutes as well.
And because I don't have it in front of me and I'm not watching the video, I don't just do things because someone said it might be somewhere. I don't have that in front of
Isn't
me.
that what you're doing right now?
No, it's in front of me. I'm reading it. It's in front of me. It was
I'm
put. it
telling
was-
you, it's on the YouTube video.
Okay, I don't have that in front of me. I was reading the minutes. And the presiding officer asked those to me in. I'm going by that.
And I'm asking you for a little context of why I said what I said, which is on the YouTube video. And I'm requesting it to be in the minutes.
okay. Ms.
That's it.
Petrie, it's your decision if you want to make a friendly
So
amendment
you-
or not.
So can you just say specifically what you'd like on, what words do you want added to the minutes?
I did not agree with planning.
Just, I did not agree with planning.
Yes.
And where do you,
Mayor Hing said that.
and where do you want that put in? That Mayor Hing said I didn't agree with planning.
Under motion 143.
Does anybody have a transcript of that? Cause I don't memorize the videos, so I don't recall if that was said, where it was said in the meeting, and so because I'm approving what's in front of me, I don't feel comfortable doing that without you showing me something. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. That is the determination of the
Sorry.
maker of the motion. Who was the supporter?
And
Ms. McCarthy? Okay. Mr. Brady?
I'd like to read from Robert's Rules 4110, if I may.
You may.
A formal motion to approve the minutes is not necessary, although such a motion is not out of order after the minutes have been read, or after their reading has been omitted by the unanimous consent as described in the previous paragraph. Whether or not a motion for approval has been offered, the chair asks, are there any corrections to the minutes, and pauses. Corrections, when proposed, are usually handled by unanimous consent, but if any member objects to a proposed correction, which is in effect a subsidiary motion to amend, the usual rules governing consideration of amendments to a main motion are applicable.
Okay. So what are you suggesting, Mr. Brady, that we don't already know?
Never mind.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. McCarthy, you had your hand up.
Yes.
Okay, then we'll take a roll call.
Commissioner Brady,
No.
Commissioner Glistman,
yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood.
No.
Motion carries. All right. That brings us to public comments. We're going to start with Lapeer County Commissioner Brad Hagedorn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure as you all saw on the cover of the county press, for the first time in 25 years, we voted not to levy the maximum allowed mills to our county residents. I thought that would be important to note. And then last week, on both Thursday and Friday, I had two rather interesting conversations that I thought that I would share with you, because you are the county seat, and it is important to shine a light on something that is bright and positive. Last Thursday, I had a discussion with a colleague of mine who was running the Lavender Fest in Emily City. A councilman from Clawson was there. And he talked about how when he first got elected, he relied on a member of this board for advice and counsel. And he still calls this member of the board for advice and counsel. On Friday, I played in a golf outing. I had a conversation with somebody who was at Mackinac Island with a member of this board who was there on behalf of MML in the city of Lapeer. I want to thank you, Commissioner Atwood, for all that you do for the city of Lapeer and Michigan Municipal League. It does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll continue with the public comments. And I'll remind the public that they have a 3-minute speaking limit, that a timer will be running. Once you hear the timer go off, we'll ask you to please return to your seat. Your turn is over. It will also go by raising of the hands, and the chair will acknowledge you, and you may approach the podium and address the commission by stating your name for the record and your residence. Hands, please, right here in the yellow.
Howdy, for those who don't know me, I'm William J. Sprague from the city of Lapeer. Had the pleasure to serve this city for over 20 years, 18 on this commission, and 13 as mayor. I want to tell you that when I left and took a job as COO in Kansas, but kept my residency here, it broke my heart to see what's going on here now. It's absolutely disgusting at how this commission, specifically the mayor, is treating the employees of this city and the people who have served and volunteered on boards for longer than I served, who have come back and said they now feel like they're being, pushed out, bullied, and don't feel that they have a commission that is supported. The very first meeting you had, when you guys told the city manager not to speak unless he's spoken to, you lost me. It is absolutely disgusting how you've treated this city manager. And what other person, if you run him out of town on a rail, what other person in their right mind would accept it? The average meeting time that I had as mayor was about 15 to 30 minutes total. And had a heck of a lot less rules in here. You know how many times that I heard Robert Rule of Order in 18 years? Once. And did we have some crises during them? Well, yeah, a small one, 9/11. I was commissioner for about 5 months, and the director of safety quit on 9/11. And we didn't have this kind of stuff. It's absolutely wrong. My recommendation, and last meeting, Mayor, when you told people, go ahead and FOIA and threaten them that we make a lot of money on, guess what? FOIA is not a money-making proposition. And for you to threaten the citizens that might want a FOIA for information, that you give the innuendo that you're going to overcharge them or make a bunch of money on it, is wrong. And it's a threat to the people. And the last thing I'll say, last two things. Number one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's your time. No, I'm sorry. That is not what we do here. This is not a sports stadium. That is not acceptable in here. Okay? Any others?
Howdy friends, Patrick Hinks here, multiple business owner on several properties in downtown Lapeer. I know most of you guys on at least a small personal basis, and I think you're likely all good people and you're all trying to do the right thing here. But I'm here to just kind of hold up a mirror. This isn't working. Mayor, I got nothing against you. I was optimistic with you guys coming in here. I thought for the most part, you guys at least have a general agreement. I think on at least some loose political philosophies that might center around smaller, efficient government to make this thing work better for both citizens and business owners alike. And if I look at the previous 6 months, I don't know what to hold up to something you guys have done. But if you guys don't know this about me, I'm kind of big on government overreach and not really liking it when it goes on in our town. And I stood up to the governor when I had to, stood up to the state police, I stood up to the health department when they were doing things that were out of line. And so now I'm here to stand up to you because I saw things that invoke chills on free speech that should not be covering from government officials. You should not be asking Mr. Womack to go have conversations with chilling effects on free speech to keep them from speaking out. I want to see transparency. That's what the people want here. I might even align with what you're trying to work through. But when we see what's going on and we see the gamesmanship, we see what's going on the national political level and the state political level, where everything is corruption, where everything is force, where everything is about scoring little points. Now you've brought that here to our town. Okay? And I need to do a little bit of a reality check. You guys have to take care of the whole town. I get it. I kind of stay focused on the downtown. So in your downtown, what do we have going on? Well, your 4 major full-service restaurants are all for sale. Your other main attraction of entertainment that's put on the biggest event ever, better than anything the DDA ever did, that's also listed for sale. Meanwhile, we have a poster board in the center of town that finally got updated after it said 2024, and now advertises about how last year there was $35,000 in private investment in downtown. Almost enough to get you a used car. It also said 35% of people have increased their visits to downtown. Not recognizing that means 65% of people have either decreased or aren't coming down. I'm trying to ring some alarms that there's things that are starting to bubble that are not good for the economic vitality of the city. And having a strong downtown is extremely important. Having a trustworthy relationship with the people who are here to lead us is very important. So I'm challenging you guys to figure this out, to work through it. But I'm also laying down some consequences of actions that I will take. I don't do threats. I lay down boundaries, and if those boundaries are crossed, you will know clearly what's going to happen. If I see any overreach that's chilling free speech, attempting to shut down people who are making worthwhile comments, and then turning that into a whole rigmarole that we're spending the rest of the time debating that, I will lawyer up, I will look to sue the city. If I have to come here every single meeting and reflect on this to get you guys to come back to home base of taking care of this town that I care a lot about, that all of us care a lot about, I will do that every day. I hope I don't have to. I want to be a partner with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Let's
you.
please do
That's your
better.
time. Any others? All the way back.
Commissioners, Mayor, my name is Tony Osco. I'm from Attica, Michigan. I come here as often as I can to try to just have an opportunity to let us at least get some sort of prayer in and focus on what we're all here for, hopefully, which is the betterment of the community. Patrick said it beautifully, I thought. I don't normally have this as part of it. I just kind of say my prayer and move on, but I do want to point out a couple of verses here as we all sit here and reflect on our attitudes toward the conversations that we have with each other. Philippians 2:4 tells us to not look to our own interest, but to each of you, to the interest of others. And I believe that that's what the commission's goal is. That's why you're all here. It's 5 people sitting here trying to decide for the whole community what's best for the whole community. If 3 people decide something and 2 people don't decide it, then that's what's decided. That's called the majority. That's why there's an odd number of people, so that we can have that. But yet just the same, Ephesians 4:29 tells us, do not let any unwholesome talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs, that it may benefit those who listen. So we got to make sure that we're not doing things for our own goals, our own pride. It took me a long time in life to learn the idea that sometimes I want to say something that only makes me feel better and makes the situation worse in every situation that I do that in. And so it's actually something that I use to gauge whether I should say something or not. Am I doing this only to make myself feel better, or is it actually going to make the situation better? I realize that these things are all difficult decisions that you guys come to day to day. I think a lot of us sit back and say, why does it take so long to approve an agenda or some minutes when we're trying to get out of here quickly? But yet, that is the process. That's how it works. That's what the Roberts Rules book is about. So I'm here focused on a different book. I appreciate all of the sacrifices that all of you make. I'm going to take 30 seconds and pray, maybe not even that long. I appreciate it. Anyone wants to join in. And if you don't, I understand as well. Heavenly Father, we're so thankful for this day, for this time that we had to gather together in the United States of America, in Lapeer County, in Lapeer, Michigan, sit in a building that other people had the forethought to place here for us to use, with people who are willing to sacrifice their time, maybe even at times their happiness, their sanity possibly at times, so that they can try to do what's best for the city. We ask that you be with us all, that you help us to be mindful of you, of your path that you want us to be on, that we put aside our fleshly ways, our pride, our self-confidence that we may have, and that we look to what you want us to do. We love you. We thank you. We thank you most of all for your son, Jesus. It's in his name we pray. Amen.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Any others? Right here.
So I found on the website, I believe it is G5.
Excuse me, what's your name?
Oh, sorry, Gigi Griffith from Lapeer City.
Thank you.
Let me pull it up. and we are, I guess, talking about it because it's still on the agenda, and I'm very concerned. Hopefully I can get it in 3 minutes, it's quite a bit of lengthy text. So it is discussing potential punitive actions against Commissioner Brady and Commissioner Atwood, such as whether, there should be proposed changes that would violate commission policies or past decisions. If there should be special counsel to be hired to investigate some of these claims, whether there should be an investigation into criminal charges, if they should be removed from office, if this might chill free speech rights. The thing I am most concerned about is it says here at the end, the city's staff do not believe that these items are appropriate to move forward on. However, based on previous direction and communication from the mayor, staff do not believe we can follow the commission's policy without suffering adverse employment consequences. Hence, while staff do not believe that this matter has been sufficiently reviewed by staff for legality or liability purposes, it is presented to the commission as directed by the mayor. And then in this agenda here, it says this number 5, the staff attribution. The memorandum repeatedly attributes to the conclusions of staff to staff. The document is issued by the city manager's office and it is authored as such. So that the record is accurate, I ask that any member of staff who reviewed and concurs in the memorandum be identified. Absent that, the memorandum should be understood for the record as a statement of the city manager. That feels like retaliation. As someone, if I were working in a building and I wrote that, I would feel very unsafe coming forward to my boss and saying, hey, I wrote that. I wouldn't feel like that was a safe working environment. You have anonymity by writing this as staff, and it just feels disingenuous to be like, hey, come forward, you won't get hurt. I just don't think that's the way we should be doing business, and I will always put the staff before people in charge. I like you, Mayor Hing. I think you're a very nice person, but I don't think this is the way we should be doing business. And I don't want staff members fearful for their jobs and fearful for their potential safety in those jobs here. I will never, ever allow people who aren't in power to feel like they don't have a voice. And if I have to fight for those people in any way, in any shape that I have to, even if that's just showing up with cookies every week, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others?
My name is Dylan Karski. I'm from Mayfield Township. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming. The reason,
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your name.
Dylan Karski.
Dylan?
Yep. And what bring me here today is from the last meeting. I'm a huge person on free speech, and I can't quite remember the woman's name that was up here.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
No.
You guys know who I'm talking about. I feel you violated her free speech, and I just don't think that's necessarily correct. I feel like you mean well, but I just don't stand for that. And just all the fighting back and forth, you know, just with everything from the federal level, just all that stuff. I don't feel like we need to bring it here. It needs to be just peaceful and to reiterate, not have the commissioners scared for their jobs because they go against something you say. But that's all I got to say, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much.
Any others? Straight back.
Ken Pavlik, Oregon Township. I have watched and watched and watched. We all know that Mr. Hing has the votes behind him to do whatever he wants to other members on board, and we know who they are. What you say to Mr. Hing seems to fall on deaf ears. He spent as long as 25 minutes at a time in 5-hour-long meetings arguing that he knows Robert's rules better than anybody else. Well, I hope when you go home tonight that you curl up with your best friend Robert and he makes you feel very safe. We know that anything that comes before this board is going to be voted. We can tell you the three people that are going to stand behind you. We can tell you usually who the vote is going to be against. I have too watched people be asked to read motions back and hesitate to read them or remember them. You hear people muttering out in public. I am scared for their safety. I have seen, Mr. Hing, the hate in your eyes when you speak to a woman that challenges you from the podium. It is scary, absolutely scary. And since I know it's falling on deaf ears, I will simply say, ding me when my time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? Over here.
Susan Huff, Metamora Township. In 2024, Metamora Township adopted a public comment policy that didn't comply with the First Amendment. It looked a lot like the one the mayor is applying here. A friend and I got that changed, not because the township wants to change it, but because we got a national organization involved. I'm going to read some pieces for you from the letter they sent to Metamora Township. Number one, the First Amendment bars Metamora from adopting and selectively enforcing vague, overbroad, or viewpoint discriminatory rules that infringe its citizens' right to speak freely and criticize government officials. Number two, viewpoint discrimination is censorship in its purest form, and government action that discriminates among viewpoints threatens the continued vitality of free speech. As the Supreme Court has made clear, even a speech restriction that even-handedly prohibits disparagement of all groups is viewpoint discriminatory, because determining whether speech is disparaging requires the government to consider the viewpoint expressed. The First Amendment makes no exception for speech that others subjectively find offensive or objectionable. Bans on name-calling, verbal attacks, profane statements, and other personal statements are also unconstitutionally overbroad and reaching a vast amount of non-disruptive critical speech. The policy's flat ban would not even permit, for example, a speaker to quote relevant profane statements mentioned in a news report or uttered by a government official. In the landmark Cohen v. California decision issued more than half a century ago, the Supreme Court cleared a man convicted of disturbing the peace for wearing a jacket emblazoned with "fuck the draft" in a public courthouse, holding that so long as the means are peaceful, the communication need not meet standards of acceptability. The court also cautioned governments might soon seize upon the censorship of particular words as a convenient guise for banning the expression of unpopular views. And protection for profane speech clearly extends to public meetings. The mayor's gaveling of Citizen Ken and Citizen Kelly and the subsequent call for their removal from these chambers was unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination. The mayor created this disruption, not the speaker. And what Mr. Francis said, that she should have sat down, when you gabbled her, I disagreed. She was not breaking the peace. She was speaking in a rational manner. She was reading a definition, and she was gabbled out of order, which was a misuse of Robert's Rules of Order and the mayor's policies. I would also like to just point out that last week at the workshop, I asked for a speaker's name, and I was told that speaker gave his name. The speaker did not give his name before his comment. But again, that's viewpoint discrimination, because that speaker is someone who aligns with the mayor's views.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? In the back.
Apologize for not stating my name last time. My name is Wesley Weber Jr. I'm a city resident and currently serve as the vice president of the Brookwood Homeowners Association. Mr. Mayor, it is my understanding that the presiding officer of our HOA has recently contacted you requesting that I speak on behalf of Brookwood at this city council meeting. Therefore, according to section E2 of our city commission rules and procedures, I'm requesting formally the full 10 minutes allotted for public comment on behalf of this defined group. And with your permission and with the clock being reset for this, I'll proceed.
Yes, I will allow that. Please reset the timer to 10 minutes.
On Saturday evening, I held an informal neighborhood meeting to listen to our residents' questions or concerns arising from FedEx parcels, which were sent by Ellen Edwin directly to Brookwood homeowners. The parcels contained a cover letter from Brian Farkas, the vice president of Ellen Edwin, with an attached copy of their formal request that our city commission reconsider the preliminary site plan denial. This caused concern with some Brookwood residents because in both the letter and the formal request, they asserted that our city commission had acted incorrectly. More than a desire for reconsideration, they're asking the commission to correct a wrong decision because, as they claim, the denial was based on standards that do not apply to this type of development. Indeed, they suggested that the commission has acted erroneously and cast the commission's actions as an unsupported rejection of the plan, which was inappropriately based on certain commissioners' personal preferences and not upon the city code as it is written. As I talked to Brookwood residents, several expressed concern that our city commission may have acted improperly. Now, as one commission member has both fairly and truthfully reminded you concerning me and my public comments in previous meetings, I am only one city resident who is admittedly no expert in these matters. With that being said, I was still compared to assure our Brookwood residents that so far as I'm aware and so far as I understand in my limited capacity, our city commission has not acted erroneously. The developer's central claim is that site condominiums are somehow insulated from the compatibility standards for adjacent properties which are found in various sections of our Chapter 7 zoning ordinance. They are claiming that during the deliberations, commissioners made references to ordinance sections that do not apply to site condominium subdivision developments and single-family detached residential structures. Now, is this true? Does our commission need to correct an errant action? Or is the developer truly insulated from Lapierre's compatibility standards? Or does the city commission possess legitimate, substantive justification for its request that the site plan be revised? As I understand it, our city commission has acted appropriately and they have done what is required of them according to the necessary compatibility checks which are found in Chapter 10 of our city code. Ellen Edwin's specific claim is that since the approval process procedure for site condos is routed through Chapter 10 and is unlike conventional condominiums which route through Chapter 7, that because of this distinct procedural pathway, they are somehow shielded from the substance of our Chapter 7 zoning ordinance, things such as how land relates to adjacent properties, etc. Further, the developer stated that Rowe, our professional services company, did not explicitly communicate to them that they were bound in any way to any such compatibility standards. I believe I understand their claim, but respectfully disagree, not least of all because such compatibility standards are woven through other parts of Lapeer's zoning ordinance. And I believe it was improper for the developer to suggest directly to Brookwood residents that our city commission has acted erroneously, and here's why. First, the language of 7-18 is broad. It applies to all site plans without a specific carve-out or exemption for single-family detached site condos. Secondly, Chapter 10-6, Section C of our city code establishes a three-step process for reviewing site condo plans. In step 2, the preliminary approval, which is where we are at in Chapter 10, there are zoning compliance checks required from both our Planning Commission, 10-6 2.c, and our City Commission, 10-6 2.d. Both commissions are required to ensure that, quote, the site condominium plan shall be reviewed for the purpose of checking its compliance with the master plan, chapter 7, zoning, and the other applicable city ordinances, etc. The approval process for site condos not only requires, in chapter 10, that developers secure a copy of the zoning ordinance, 10-6, section A2, but also requires both of our commissions, planning and city, to do compatibility checks against chapter 7 zoning broadly. The procedural path may not route site condo approval through our zoning ordinance, but regardless of this, the chapter 10 approval pathway still requires broad compliance with chapter 7's non-procedural and substantive elements. If a developer fails to comply with any of our adjacent property land use requirements, which are woven throughout the Lapeer zoning ordinance, the commission should rightly invoke these as a reason for denial. The compliance checks in chapter 10 bid our commissioners to do exactly what they did in this instance. Namely, ensure the developer's plan meets all such requirements. And if Rowe did not communicate these specific requirements to them, it does not imply that the developer is insulated, nor should they insinuate that the city commission has acted incorrectly as they claimed in their direct communication to our Brookwood residents. The developer is in fact still bound by chapter 7's substantive elements. For example, I have no idea whether or not Rowe communicated the requirements of section 7-13.01.b.10 to the developer. This section of our city code also governs the use of residential dwelling units such as site condos. Much like the other non-procedural sections of our zoning ordinance, it mandates consideration of adjacent properties. Namely, it states that our city officials shall seek to promote the reasonable compatibility of the character of the dwelling units, thereby protecting the economic welfare and property value of the surrounding residential uses and the city at large, and that the surrounding residential area shall mean those dwellings within 300 feet of the subject premises. If the area within 300 feet does not contain 20 homes, then the nearest 20 similar type dwellings shall be considered. If you look at the top page of the handout that I distributed to you, you will see the nearest 20 homes in Brookwood South with respect to the adjacent parcels in the Brookwood North proposal. In the same amount of area as the 20 existing parcels, Brookwood North will have 28. It's a 40% parcel density increase in that area. This combined with the material I handed out to you 2 weeks ago, which measures the number of parcels along identical roadway distances, clearly shows a density mismatch. An incompatibility between adjacent properties, and the city code requires our commissioners to ensure reasonable compatibility. So this is not, as the developer claims, a decision made by the personal preferences of our commissioners, but it is a decision made by our commission acting within their proper rights, responsibility, and jurisdiction. I ask you tonight to uphold your request that the site plan be revised. And it should be clarified that this is a revision request. The letter to Brookwood claimed that our commission had made Alan Edwin unable to move forward with the project, and that is misleading. The commission is merely asking for a revision, and there's a difference between being unable or prevented from doing something, as the developer is claiming, and being unwilling to do it. Presumably because such a revision would negatively impact the enormous incremental property tax kickbacks that the developer is still actively seeking. I ask that you uphold your request for a revision, and that per chapter 10-6 in our city code, section C, part 2.d.2.b, that having denied the preliminary site plan, you will also continue setting forth the reasons for not approving it, and that you, given the discretionary authority granted to you by our city in this particular case, will set for the developer the requirements for preliminary approval, requirements which at this point in the Chapter 10 approval process has been vested in this body particularly. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any others? Right here.
I believe you know my name, but I'll say it again. Kelly Nolan from Lapeer Township. I was made aware of a statement from Mayor Hing's internet blog, and I want to read it. Listening is only the beginning. As a missionary, I learned that trust isn't built with words alone, it's earned through action. Whether building a home, a school, or a bridge across cultures, lasting impact comes from relationships, not just response. That same conviction guides how I lead, with common sense, compassion, and a commitment to what matters most. If the situation weren't so sad, this statement would be laughable. From the very beginning, where he states, listening is only the beginning, he has not been listening to anyone other than himself and to those that do not threaten his ego. He says that trust is earned through action. The only action he has taken is to attempt to gather power to himself and take power away from anyone that disagrees with him. He also states lasting impact comes from relationships, which he has only tried to tear apart within the city commission. He claimed to lead with common sense, compassion, and a commitment to what matters most. I have seen zero evidence of common sense or compassion, and his commitment to what matters most is only to himself and trying to take over the city commission. He has an aversion or fear of any other authority figure in the commission room, as is evidenced by the agenda items G5 and G6 tonight. Commissioner Glissman, you are wrong when you say I must be angry with myself and would be ashamed to have my children or mother witness my last statement to this commission. It's my duty to stand up for my constitutional rights of free speech, and I immediately shared with my family. I think the city commission should heed the comments from Commissioner McCarthy at the agenda workshop, where she says, with some paraphrasing, that the public has a right to complain that the commission is not doing a good job, and that is our First Amendment right. And she goes on to say it is the right of the commission to grow a thicker skin and just need to internalize the negative comments. That is what they signed up for. That is part of their job. And surprisingly, Commissioner Glissman, you echoed that from Commissioner McCarthy, even though that is not how you commented to me at June 1st meeting. But evidently Commissioner Petrie and Mayor Hing didn't pay attention to Commissioner McCarthy as the agenda workshop and feel that they have the right to silence DDA and ZBA members. I do take issue with Commissioner Glissman's description of Mayor Marquardt's previous leadership as being loosey-goosey. The important thing is the business of the city was getting done during her term without all the negativity and drama in a much quicker fashion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? Right here.
Good evening. My name is Brian Farkas with Allen Edwin Homes. I'm an Ypsilanti resident. Over the past 7 years, 41 new single-family homes have been built in this city by my company. This represents a $14 million private investment. Every one of those homes has been reviewed and approved by the applicable ordinances and quality standards and appearance requirements. We would like the opportunity to continue that investment by building 112 more single-family homes in Brookwood North. Throughout this process, we have worked diligently with the residents in the surrounding neighborhood. We met directly with them at the doghouse, listened to their concerns, and collaborated on solutions that address long-standing issues with the neighborhood, the roads failing, the lack of streetlights. These discussions were productive, constructive, and overwhelmingly positive. In addition, our Brownfield plan was reviewed and approved by the Brownfield Authority, recognizing its values and investment and the benefits it can bring to the community. At the last meeting, however, our site plan application was denied. We respectfully believe that this decision was inconsistent with the applicable standards on the record before the council. We remain absolutely committed to this project and to the community and to investing in this city. We stand ready to move forward and to create new housing opportunities, improve the area, and bring significant new investment to downtown Lapeer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? All the way in the back.
Cynthia Gorlitz. I'm a resident of the Northbrook Homeowners Association. I'm here as a resident, whereas Wes was here as representing our board. I'm in support of everything that Wes has said, but I'd also like to make one more comment. Our roads didn't get finished because the previous builder went out of business. I know the, Alan Edwin says they are going to fix them for us if they get approved. My question is, are they gonna have to put money in some type of escrow account? So in case something falls through with them, the promise that they're making us will also happen instead of falling through. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Right here in the corner. In the yellow.
Jerry.
Good evening. I'm Geraldine Carson. I live in Lapeer Township. At the May 18th meeting, I witnessed firsthand two of our city commissioners seemingly attempting to pressure or trick Mayor Hing into reviewing the city manager's evaluations. That has been submitted on that day, May 18th. According to Mr. Womack's contract, he is to have 30 days from the date of receipt of them. Mr. Atwell was pushing a motion to do the evaluation at the June 1st meeting, which is only 14 days after receipt of those, which was clearly a violation of his contract, Mr. Womack's, of 30 days. This motion would obviously open up the city of Lapeer to a possible lawsuit. It could cost the city possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more. Major Hing caught this scheme, saving the city hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, on litigation. At the June 1st meeting, I voiced my concern over this apparent scheme. Upon viewing the taping of the June 1st meeting, a portion of my comment was deleted. Was this a glitch or was this deliberate? Mr. Womack has control over taping with a touch of a button that can stop the taping during the meeting. I feel this was a deliberate attempt to trap Mayor Hing. How many more times has this happened? This covering up the truth. This was a violation of my First Amendment right. Are others losing their rights by this action? Also noted there was a social media post on Facebook in which Commissioner Atwell was dressed as the Grim Reaper regarding bike night around May 27th. Is this the action of an elected official we want? And Mr. Brady, with his childish disruptions at most of every meeting, is this what we expect of our elected officials? This disturbs the flow of our meetings and interferes with city business. Mr. Womack oversteps his role of city manager, causing the social dysfunction of our city. Mr. Womack is not a resident of Lapeer City. He oversteps our board and...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? Right here in the middle.
Bernadette Treese, city resident. Mayor Hing, commissioners, and all here present. First of all, I would like to commend Commissioner Glissman for the flag raising ceremony that took place yesterday. I was not able to attend, but everything that I heard about it, it was absolutely amazing in spite of the pouring rain and the nasty weather that we had. So congratulations on a job very, very well done. Commissioners and all, I am again pleading with all of you for a peaceful meeting getting things accomplished for our city. If we could take these words to heart, and I am piggybacking on something that was said earlier from Ephesians. All bitterness, fury, anger, shouting, and reviling must be removed from you, along with all malice. And be kind to one another, compassionate, forgiving one another as God has forgiven you in Christ. These words are not only for our commissioners here, but for all of us in the audience as well.
Thank you. Any others? Right here in the back corner. Yes, you.
John DeAngelis, Metamora Township. First of all, Commissioner Glissman, you put on a fabulous event on Sunday with flag raising. It was great. You did that all on your own. You raised the money independently from the city, and you did the whole thing by yourself. It was fabulous. Boy Scouts were there. You had that young woman singing from Lapeer High School. And the Boy Scouts did a great job with their honor guard and also their reading. It was an excellent presentation. And Bernadette, just so you know, it stopped raining right before the event started. So that was great. And I just want to say thanks again. It was a beautiful affair, and we owe you for that one. Thank you. I was disappointed that all the commissioners were there. Mr. Atwood, I saw you at the Spring Expo. You were there all day on Sunday, and I know the weather wasn't great, but it was disappointing. Not everybody was there. Mr. Womack was there. The rest of the commissioners were there. Mr. Brady didn't make it. Mr. Francis, you shouldn't have to go. You live in Port Huron.
I was out of the country.
Oh, that's a great excuse. Excellent. And also Rodney, you were there. You took your Sunday to help and brought all those chairs out there. And I just want to say thanks.
Thank you. Any others? Right here.
Heidi Brodsky from Lapeer Township. Freedom of speech is a treasured freedom, but in my opinion, some are making a mockery of that freedom by using it to spread ugly messages with no productive goal in mind. We all have the right to express our concerns and to hold the mayor, city manager, and commissioners accountable for their actions. However, in my opinion, some are manufacturing chaos just to make the mayor look bad. For example, there was a speaker that was gavelled at the last meeting. I think it might have been 2 meetings ago. I believe he was baiting the mayor, and what happened is exactly what he wanted to happen. He follows the same pattern at county meetings and library meetings. Let's think about the other things that he has said publicly. He told a county commissioner that he should kill himself. He told me he would not put me out if I was on fire, and I did have to paraphrase that because what he said is actually too vulgar to repeat. He told the library board that they should learn what the word necrophilia means, and he talked about seeing a little girl's panties as she held her knees and rocked on a bench, and served that as evidence that a board member was not a good fit to be a trustee. This person also likes to say you are known by the company you keep. So to those who are keeping company with him now, I would ask, do you think these comments are okay? Why are some members of the community uplifting and celebrating these types of comments? How do they help the community? Using public time as your own personal stage to spread these lewd messages may be legally acceptable, but I believe Lapeer has higher standards, and we should not be uplifting those who are choosing to mock our government officials, our community, and our freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others?
Hi, my name is Jacob Leroy. I'm a resident of Mayfield Township. Just wanted to comment on some things. Firstly, the city manager is hired by the commission, and he serves the commission. He's subservient to the commission. And then also reading items G5 and G6 in the agenda packet before this meeting. I found it obvious that the first page of those items was not written or put on there by Mayor Hing. That was added, I assume, by the city manager. And so I just want to ask the question, why does he get to editorialize agenda items that are presented by other members of the other board members or the mayor? If you read those, the Mayor Hing's agenda items there, it says that those actions are explicitly not punitive towards Commissioner Atwood and Commissioner Brady. So I'm glad we get that concern off of our minds tonight. Additionally, I'd like to thank you all for denying the Brickwood development. It is not a good fit for our city. If the only way the developer can make that or build those houses is by collecting that tax money for 20 to 30 years, then I don't think it's economically viable. Moving to the city's public comment policy, Rule E7. This was changed about 1.5 years ago before Commissioner McCarthy and Mayor Hing took office. And so the way it is now is because the rest of the commission, except Commissioner Petrie, voted it in. So I think it's a little hypocritical of some of the commissioners to jump on the mayor for exercising that power that was given him by the commission if they voted for it themselves, if they wanted the citizens of the city and the other surrounding communities to be able to speak without limitations, then they could have voted that down and changed it at that time. At the last workshop meeting, I witnessed Commissioner Brady retreading past issues he's brought up here in these meetings to delay and frustrate the meeting. I recognize the same 3 or 4 issues he brought up that he's already been ruled down on. And so I'm glad Commissioner McCarthy at that meeting was able to get the meeting back on track. So I'm just, it's frustrating when the meetings are being disrupted with the same arguments over and over again. Mayor Hing has ruled on those issues. It's been debated on what the ruling authority is, if it's the charter, if it's the rules and procedures of the city, or if it's Robert's Rules, which I must remind everyone that Robert's Rules is the lowest on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? All the way back.
Good evening, Brian Cloutier, resident, City of Lapeer, for now. After more than 3 decades in public service, I have learned that governing is rarely easy. The decisions made in this room affect real people, real families, and the future of our community. Anyone willing to accept this responsibility deserves respect. But the greatest disservice we can do to one another or to the public is to allow politeness to take the place of candor. When something is not working, leadership requires that we acknowledge it honestly. Mayor Hing, I believe the leadership approach we have seen over the past several months has not produced the level of collaboration, focus, or results that our residents expect and deserve. This is not a personal criticism. It is an observation of where we find ourselves today. The good news is that leadership is not a fixed trait. It is a choice we make every day. The challenges facing this commission are not beyond repair, and neither are the working relationships in this room. No one seeks public office with the ambition of creating confusion, division, or unnecessary delay. Every one of you sought this office because you wanted to make a positive difference in the lives of the people who you serve. This is why I remain optimistic. The true measure of leadership is not perfection, nor is it being right on every issue. It is the willingness to learn, to adapt, and to improve. More importantly, it is the confidence to recognize that good ideas can come from anyone, and that have the wisdom to let others lead when appropriate. If there is a willingness to reset the tone, focus on common goals, and place the interests of the community above individuals' differences, I, and I suspect many others, stand ready to help. I'm not asking anyone in this room to agree on everything. Healthy disagreement is part of good government. What I am asking is that we disagree with purpose, govern with professionalism, and work together toward solutions. So tonight I ask each of you to remember why you sought this office in the first place. Listen more than you speak. Focus on solutions rather than differences. Treat one another with respect, even when you disagree. And whenever possible, embrace the increasingly rare but remarkably effective practice of working together. Because if this commission can devote even half the energy it spends on conflict to solving problems, there is no limit to what this city can accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dwayne Christopher Berta, City of Lapeer resident and secretary on the Zoning Board of Appeals. I don't have much to say tonight, but it's been brought to my attention that there's people on this board that would rather not see or hear what I have to say anyway. So I leave it up to you to decide what to do next. My next action will be running for commissioner. Have a nice night.
Thank you. Any others?
I'll stay for back here at the same time. Ann Chang, citizen of Lapeer since 1980. I've been involved directly, indirectly over that period of time in city government. And I have to say that as a victim of what I call the good old boy network and no transparency existing, when Janelle and I were forced off the planning commission after both of us have been actively involved for 20 years. I appreciate the attempt to have transparency. And I think that change is difficult for everyone, but it doesn't happen overnight. That would be my first point. The second point is I would like to apologize to the staff and let them know that I believe most of us appreciate the long hours they put in and their efforts to be here, to hear firsthand the public comments and what the citizens have to say. And I think it's disrespectful to abuse the privilege of being able to speak, to waste time in some form of theatrics. So I would like to apologize to you and say thank you for all the efforts that you do and the overtime. And second, Linda's, I guess it's the third point. Thank you, Linda, for all the effort. The ceremony was beautiful. The words that were said, every part of it, it was a classic. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others tonight? Yes.
Hello, my name's Tyler Doherty. I'm a resident of the city of Lapeer. I live in the Brookwood neighborhood. I was very happy hearing that the board turned down the proposal for Brookwood North. I hope the board stands by that. Our roads have been unfinished. We don't have the lights, everything that was promised to us for years upon years. The new builder wants to come in, we receive a letter saying, essentially support us or you're not gonna get those things. It was a city's job years ago to protect this neighborhood and get the work that was promised to us done, and it hasn't been met. By us receiving that letter essentially saying support, I don't agree with that whatsoever. It's not reasonable and financially responsible for the city to take on this project when we have projects that still need to be completed already. So I just ask the board to stand by your decision and turn that down. I'm in complete opposition of that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? Okay, we'll close public comments. Yep.
Heidi Helfer, Lapeer. I have a few topics today that I need to cover. The first deals with the proposal of a new housing project. I don't have a stance on this project at this time. However, the comments from those who pushed back on the idea were notable for their lack of precision. These individuals said the reasoning for not giving the project their okay was that the condos didn't match the surrounding housing, didn't have the same character, and lacked conformity. Even Mr. Francis said there wasn't enough clarification given to justifiably reject the project proposal. But what this showed is that these individuals want something other than this particular housing project, but don't want to reveal what it is.
Therefore, they just throw out some nebulous excuses as to why they don't think it's an acceptable plan. While I'm not certain what exactly they want, what they did make clear is that they don't want affordable housing in Lapeer. The second item I want to discuss is the questionable leadership of Mayor Haynes. He repeatedly seems to make everything about himself. He acts as if he stands on some moral high ground and is persecuted because of this. But what Mayor Hing is facing is not persecution, but legitimate criticism for not doing what is in service of this community. And this also applies to the board members that support him. Coming in and trying to change longstanding city government policies so as to give oneself more power isn't serving the community. It's simply being a tyrant. Over and over again, Mayor Hing has accused those who disagree with him of doing what he himself is doing, like mischaracterizing statements and actions or not doing one's due diligence. This is the behavior of a bully, trying to assert power over others and distract from one's own misdeeds. But being a bully reveals weakness and insecurity, not strength. A leader doesn't focus on themselves or what they personally desire. They focus on what is best for all. And true leaders lead by example, not force. Finally, I realized that what I said in my closing comments at the previous meeting were misunderstood by some. I felt bad because these people weren't able to appreciate my satirical genius. Therefore, I wanted to translate for those who don't speak sarcasm. When I apologized for my friend's use of supposedly harsh language that was offensive, I didn't mean it. I did not, in fact, feel badly for anyone whom my friends had criticized, and did not view their criticism as inappropriate. And when I said I'd try and make sure they remembered their subservient role and know better than to speak freely in a public forum, I didn't mean that either. It was a commentary on how our First Amendment rights are being violated here at the meetings, as well as how silencing people is wrong. And then, so sorry for any confusion with that. And then if I have time, I just wanted to mention regarding the condescending comment before, having been.
Yep,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, any others?
Good evening, my name is Brenda McCummins. I'm a resident here in Lapeer for the last 30 years and worked here in the city. I wouldn't want any of your jobs. I don't expect to run for commissioner or anything for a while, mostly because you have a tremendous responsibility, and so I want to apologize for being late in doing this. I think the number one main thing I should have done at the beginning of this meeting was to just ask God for help for you all. It's tough. I know it's really tough. You go home and lay your head on the pillow at night and everybody questions whatever we've done throughout the day. So my part of this is just that I respect you all, and I just want to say, God help us. We need you, God. We need you in our everyday, whatever we're doing with our kids and whatever we're doing with our city. And so I just plead the blood of Jesus over our city and peace and wisdom. The Bible says, ask me for wisdom and I'll give it to you. And so I'm asking for wisdom for all you guys. And I thank you for what you do.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Any others? All right, we'll close public comment and move on to the consent agenda. All right. Ms. Petrie.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for June 15th, 2026.
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner Glissman to approve the consent agenda for June 18, 2026. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the bill listing.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we approve the bill listing for June 15th, 2026 in the amount of $527,316.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Glissman, second by Commissioner Petrie to approve the bill listing for June 15th, 2026. We'll take is there discussion? We'll take a roll call.
Commissioner Glistman.
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy. Yes. Commissioner Petrie.
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes.
Commissioner Brady.
Yes.
Motion carries. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to dismiss the staff. There's nothing that we need from you, except I'm sorry. We need our sergeant of arms and our clerk to take notes and Mr. Vogt to finish our video. But the rest of them, you've been here for almost 7 months, way too late. And there's nothing that we need to ask you that we didn't ask you before the meeting. So I move that we dismiss the staff minus the 3.
That's a great idea. Is there support? By Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner McCarthy to allow the staff to dismiss themselves since they are no longer needed for any of the business items, minus those that are here for the administration. Mr. Atwood.
I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble here, but I don't feel comfortable with a motion from the commission dismissing Mr. Womack's staff.
Okay. Any others? Ms. Petrie.
I would like to hear why they need to stay. They've been here till 11 o'clock at night so many times. The rest of this meeting is doable. They sit here and listen to us argue and bicker unnecessarily, and they deserve to go home. So I'm asking then that our city manager would dismiss them. They don't need to be here other than the ones we need to keep here.
Mr. Abbott.
Again, I'll repeat myself. I don't feel comfortable with this commission releasing the staff of our city manager.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Glissman.
May I address Mr. Womack?
Yes.
City Manager Mike Womack, do you have an objection to letting your employees who you direct leaving early today?
I guess my only objection is the form of the motion. I don't know if we need to hear it again. Again, Ms. Radley is trying to make a point, which is that the staff work for the city manager, not the commission.
Correct.
It's incredibly prescient, Ms. Petrie, because that's a conversation that staff and I've had in the past about, how long do we need staff to be here if they're not actually doing it.
Right.
We have our deputy finance director here today, because the finance director is on leave, and she was about to leave at the end of the bill listing getting approved. Surprised that she hasn't snuck out already. I have absolutely no objection to doing that. I just object to the motion as presented. If it would be to show support for staff leaving, I would support that.
I agree with Mr. Womack's concern, and that's why when I rephrased your motion, it was to allow the staff to dismiss themselves, because we're not directing them to leave.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the very premise that Mr. Womack is trying to point out. It's a technicality, but ultimately, they are here either under the direction of the city manager or at our behest as a guest in our meeting as we conduct business. If we have no need for them, they are welcome to make that decision so long as Mr. Womack approves. And so that's how the motion needs to be framed. If you'd like to reframe it, or if Ms. Sanchez, you want to just make the correction and read it back to us.
I think I got it. I have allowed staff to dismiss themselves with the approval of the city manager.
Very good. All right. All right, any other discussion? All right, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. All right, that brings us to proclamations, recognitions, resolutions. We have none. Public hearings, we have none. And administrative reports, G1. We are looking at the second reading of zoning ordinance. Ms. Petrie, or is that your hand I saw?
I don't know. Did Linda have her?
No, I didn't raise my hand.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, I will.
Go ahead.
I move that we approve the request to rezone the property known as South Lapeer Road, Lapeer Commons, parcel number L 21-39-831-019-10, planned unit development concept plan amendment on the second reading.
Support.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner Glissman to approve the rezoning of the property. And the second reading. Discussion. Mr. Francis.
Mayor, if I may, and I apologize, I should have caught this before.
Mhm.
It's not an issue, but I just want the commission to be aware. I represent a client who has a building in that development. I've not been involved in this, and it's not Mr. Robinson, or pardon me, Mr. Robertson. It's someone who bought land from Mr. Robertson, who's not party to the request, but I wanted the commission to be aware of that.
Okay. Do you feel that that impairs your ability to sit here and advise us if necessary?
Absolutely not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, then we will take that to vote. We will do a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Glissman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy. Yes. Commissioner Petrie,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood,
Yes.
Commissioner Brady.
Yes. Motion carries. That brings us to G2, property and liability insurance renewal. Ms. Glissman?
I move to approve High Street Insurance and Financial Services for the City of Lapier's property and liability insurance at a cost of $348,853 for the fiscal year of July 2nd, 2026 through July 2nd, 2027, and authorize the city manager to sign the required documents.
Okay. Is there support? All right, motion by Commissioner Glissman, support by Commissioner McCarthy to approve the High Street Insurance and Financial Services. Any discussion? Ms. Petrie?
Can I address Mr.?
Yes, please.
Mr. Womack, do you know, because this is all I got, so I didn't get the policy or anything that all of this covers, but I have a couple of questions. Number one, does this cover cybersecurity?
So the city clerk is the one who regularly communicates with them, and she's in KWS with us. I believe
Yeah,
we
yeah.
negotiate that previous year.
Did you say yes, Ramon?
Yes.
Okay, and the other thing, I was just doing some calculating, and it was a 19% increase this year. Well, it's been back and forth, 5%, 9%, 18%, 8%, 19% this year. So this is our largest increase, but what caused that to go from 8%? So it more than doubled.
So, Ms. Petrie, the insurance companies use a ratio of your losses versus the premiums, which ours was significantly higher this year than in years past. I believe it was 82% usage rate, which was only 20-30%.
They want us under 30,
Yeah.
or 82.
Another driver was, we unfortunately had 3 different incidences this year in city buildings where we had water leaks. Which, it's happenstance, there's not a lot to do about that. Over 3 years, my apologies. So that also did against us. Yeah, it's a decent increase, but unfortunately, the insurance companies pretty much, in my opinion, kind of make their own rules.
And one more question. This came up last year, and as with other insurances, I'm wondering, I ask, could we shop? Could we get some bids? Might we, I know we have a good relationship with them. I love my insurance guy too, but there just is times where you have to switch insurance to get a better rate. And so I'm just wondering, did we do that?
We did not this year.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a decent deal with them for 3 years, and the interest wasn't gonna go up, but we had some major claims. It's probably time to shop.
So can I put a request?
But I have a real fear we're gonna get a great deal.
Yeah,
for a year and then we're
Yeah.
gonna. Yeah, we do have it on that it needs to go out for bid.
Okay. Can I just make a request? We do that? And we got a whole year to do it, right? So, okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Ms. McCarthy?
My only thing when I saw these, the overview, which was great, but there was a statement in there, and you just explained it to me, but it said an average loss ratio is 30%. However, for the city of Lapeer, the loss ratio is 82%, which is very high. But it didn't kind of explain to someone, a layperson, kind of new to 6 months, what loss. You just did.
So the LDC had a water pipe break, I think it was 3 years ago, that was significant. And then the Pix Theater had the issue
With the-
where the rooftop, they were doing the roof on it. It didn't get tarped properly. We had a storm, major damage in there, and then City Hall. So in the last 3 years, we've had 3 major water claims.
Thank you. I just didn't understand the statement, just was a standalone kind of floater, but it didn't tell me what was lost.
Just
I'm
know
like,
I use the city's money like I use mine. And if I can get a Volvo or a coupon, I'm always.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other discussion, Mr. Atwood?
Yes, I think, Commissioner Petrie's request should be, either a motion or general consensus.
Consensus.
Thank you. Instead of just a request.
All right.
Thank you for spitting out that word.
That's a great idea. We could do it right after we vote this motion through. Thank you. Any other discussion? All right. We'll take roll call.
Commissioner McCarthy?
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie?
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood?
Yes.
Commissioner Brady?
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman?
Yes.
Motion carries. Mr. Atwood or Ms. Petrie, would either of you like to address the other motion?
I will. I'd like to make a motion that we shop for new insurance, not necessarily change, but shop and see if we can get a better deal sometime this year, before July 1st of next year.
So would it be safe to say that you would like us to do a bid process for the 27,
You're,
28?
I think we have to look at our agreement. See if we can lock into it. Would it be acceptable to the commission that we provide information back to the commission about our current term and a proposal for how to move forward?
this one says July 2nd of 27, and so. Yeah, I just always looking for a deal. Do you want me to rephrase it, Ramona? And when you're done, would you just read it back to me, please?
To bid out the city's property and liability insurance for the fiscal year 27-28.
Is there support?
Support.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner McCarthy to bid out the city's property and liability insurance for fiscal year 2027-28. Discussion. All right, roll call.
Commissioner Petrie?
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood?
Yes.
Commissioner Brady?
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman?
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy?
Yes.
Motion carries. That brings us to G3, fire protection agreement with Mayfield Township.
I'll do it.
Ms. Glissman?
I move to approve the fire protection agreement between the city of Lapeer and Mayfield Township for the provision of fire protection, rescue services, fire prevention services and related emergency services for a 10-year period commencing July 1, 2026, and ending June 30th, 2036, and authorize the mayor and city manager to execute the agreement.
There's support.
Support.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Glissman, support by Commissioner McCarthy to approve the fire protection agreement. Any discussion? Commissioner McCarthy first.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, on G3 in the overview, it states that the updated agreement modernizes several positions. I haven't read it in time, and I apologize. The updated agreement modernizes several provisions of the previous contract while continuing the services currently provided by Lapeer Fire and Rescue. And I just wasn't, it didn't tell us here, at least I didn't see it, and I was trying to read through it, what those additional provisions are this year comparatively to past years. That's all, just to understand, what's being included in here, so we understand maybe scope. But I didn't see it. There was a whole lot of stuff here, but it wasn't really called out necessarily what those changes were. I'm not sure who could answer that though, so.
Please.
Commissioner McCarthy, I can answer some of it, and Chief Vogt may be able to answer some others. One of the things that, well, I'll tell you, Chief Vogt did a great job putting together the first draft of this. I don't know what changes he made substantively to the scope of services, if any, that were made. My concern with respect to what Chief Vogt did was to make sure that the services and equipment, as those things are defined in this agreement, are accurate with respect to what services and equipment are actually being provided. I added in some language. I spoke with another commissioner about this today to put this under the Urban Cooperation Act. The reason I did that was because there's a specific provision in the Urban Cooperation Act that provides what I'll call extraterritorial protection. So when we have a city firefighter exercising firefighting duties outside of the jurisdictional limits of the city, when you're engaged under the Urban Cooperation Act, there's a specific provision in that act that provides that all the immunities and protections available, as if that firefighter were acting within the city, are applicable to the firefighter acting without the city. That's the primary reason I did that. There were some other changes. I don't know if there were particular changes from the prior agreement. Agreement can't be amended without both parties agreeing in writing, that sort of thing. But that was the main focus of what I did. If that answers it all.
Any others? Ms. Petrie.
Don't know who to address it to, Chief Vogt or Mr. Francis. But I did ask Chief Vogt for the past contracts so I could see the changes. And it was hard for me to pick out changes other than the Urban Cooperation Act, which allows things that weren't necessarily allowed in the other one. But what I did notice is this is a 10-year contract and none of the other ones were 10 years. I think our longest was 5. And I'm wondering why we would want to go. That's a long time. Many life changes happen, equipment changes, laws change. And so I'm wondering why we would go 10 years. We're doubling the time. Would it behoove us as a city to have a shorter contract time? And then we could review it sooner if we needed changes or.
Is there a person that you're directing?
I didn't know which one, why
Mr.
we went 10
Francis,
years.
do you want to start?
I give you 1 second, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Absolutely. The term was something that Chief Vogt proposed. I think it would I'll let him speak to it, but my guess is it probably has something to do with security and stability for financial planning. But with respect to that, there is a provision that allows a termination with 90 days advance notice by either way. So it was a 10-year agreement. We are rate setting for 10 years. Either party could get out of that agreement. There's also a procedure to request a review, what I would call like a friendly reopener conversation. That's under paragraph 13. If things aren't working for either side, short of terminating it, there's a procedure to have a discussion. But as far as the 10 years itself, I would defer to Chief on that.
Okay, are there any conditions on that 12B provision that you're referencing for the 90 days?
No, the 12B provision is a convenience termination. There doesn't have to be a breach or anything. I mean, there's a notice provision, but other than that. that's
Okay,
it.
very good. Does that satisfy your question, or would you like to hear from Mr. Vogt?
I just have one more question, and Mr. Francis, we talked about this today a little bit, but I wasn't sure if Chief Vogt might know. I was concerned about the reimbursement to the township or the city, vice versa. I mean, it wouldn't be reimbursing the city, it would be continuing payment. If they terminated early, is there a provision where we absolutely give back whatever funds weren't used for that year? Or if they still owe payment, I mean, do they pay the bulk sum annually? Is it divided? How is that paid?
Mr. Francis, you've got your hand up.
You're
Yep.
okay. I was trying to read Chief's sign language there. So I don't know what a couple of things here. So the agreement provides a rate schedule. It's an annual rate schedule, but it allows the township to select annual payments or installment payments, essentially monthly payments. I do not know whether the township has made a selection, whether they were going to do that. However, payments, there's a specific provision that's under paragraph 4 that payments shall be made in advance of the services to be provided. So hypothetically, if they made an annual payment on July 1 of this year, that would be for services through June 30th of 2027. To answer your question, there's nothing in the agreement that if we or the township terminates halfway through one of those provisions that there is a refund. I can suggest to you practically what would happen, but it's not an obligation under the agreement.
Any other conversation? All right, let's go to vote. Roll call.
Commissioner Atwood,
Yes.
Commissioner Brady.
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie.
No.
Motion carries. All right, that brings us to G4. Solid waste licenses. Ms. Petrie.
I recommend that we approve of the 26-27 solid waste collection licenses for the following companies: Tri-County Refuse, AKA Republic Services of Flint, Rick Ryan Disposal, and GFL Environmental.
Support.
All right. We have motion on the table by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner Glistman to approve the 2026-27 solid waste collection licenses. Any discussion? All right, roll call.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes. Motion carries. That brings us to G5, and before we take up this item, I want to address the cover letter memorandum that the city manager placed ahead of it, just so the record is clear on the one point of authority. It was brought up by public comment. There was a few questions in there. The memorandum is the statement of the city manager. As far as I can tell from the header of that memorandum, it is not the position of this commission. It's not on its face the position of the city clerk or the staff generally. So that the record is accurate, I'd ask that we just acknowledge that, and if necessary, identify now if that understanding is incorrect based on the memorandum header. On the authority itself, the item G6, this item G5 and G6 are corrective and record preserving reviews of the commission, its own members, and its own procedure. And this is provided for under the charter, section C6. This commission, quote, shall be the sole judge of the election qualification of its own members and its own organization, rules, and order of business, end quote. Whether this body takes up the conduct of its own members is the commission's question to answer, not an administrative one. Our charter section C-47 draws that line. The commission sets policy and governs itself. The manager has charge of the details of administration. The rule of the memorandum relies on Rule F1 of our rules and procedures that directs the staff to prepare the agenda and that requested items will appear on it. That is a duty to place them. It is not an authority to decide whether a member's item is appropriate to bring before this body. That decision is ours and ours alone. I would note that the memorandum itself states the city attorney is likely to be a witness and should be consulted. That is an acknowledgement that its legal conclusions are not the manager's to draw. A record-preserving action under this commission's own authority does not wait on staff finding of legality before we may consider it. These items are corrective and record-preserving. They are not punitive, as they have been insinuated to be, and they are within this commission's authority to govern and regulate itself. I have placed a memorandum on the record setting this out in full, and with that, we will take this item up on its merits. But before we proceed, I am going to note a point of charter procedure under Charter Section C-6.7B. No member may vote on a question concerning his own conduct. This item concerns the conduct of Commissioner Atwood. So Commissioner Atwood is disqualified from voting on it, and under Rule D4 from participating in the discussion. He will be given an opportunity, however, although not necessary, we don't owe it to him, but I feel that I would like to be gracious and give the opportunity to respond to the item as its subject, after which I would ask that the recusal and refraining from deliberation and vote would occur. Mr. Atwood, before we move on to the item, would you like to exercise that opportunity to speak to the item?
There's really no motion on the floor, so I don't know what I'm speaking to.
Well, once the motion goes on the floor, you won't be able to deliberate or vote. So I'm affording you an opportunity to say something about it. I don't have to give that opportunity as the presiding officer, but I am.
If this is strictly record keeping, how am I excluded from my right to comment?
Record keeping, very similar to how record keeping happens in an HR department, is still business of conduct.
Could I ask
And that's the provision that excludes you.
Could I ask the attorney if this alleged emotion is on my conduct?
You may. Mr. Francis.
Mayor, thank you. I believe I shared this with you earlier today. I have not, first of all, I did not draft the agenda item or the motion, not been asked to give a legal opinion on it. I have looked at it. I do believe it does involve your conduct, Commissioner Brady.
Thank you. Commissioner Atwood, correction.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may. The impact of it going forward and what happens after that, I do not have an opinion on, but I do believe it involves your conduct.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. All right. Commissioner Atwood?
Yes, I guess I will use this opportunity. This is the only one I get. Not that it probably matters. But before a motion is made and the vote is taken on this item, I'd like to address several concerns regarding both the process and the precedent that this action would establish. First, I have reviewed the city charter. I have not found any provision that expressly authorizes the commission to adopt formal corrective findings against elected officials. Charter 6.7, grants the commission authority over its organization, rules, and order of business, which we've hit on earlier. 6.8 grants investigative authority. Charter 5.3 establishes procedures for removal based upon misconduct of office. What I've not found is a charter provision authorizing a separate process by which the commission may issue official findings regarding the conduct of elected commissioners and preserve those findings for future use. The minutes already exist and approved. The video already exists. The public record already exists. What this proposal seeks to preserve is not merely the record itself, but the commission's interpretation of that record. If the purpose is simply to preserve information, our records already accomplish that purpose. If the purpose is to make findings regarding conduct, intent, motive, patterns, or misconduct-related behavior, then this becomes something more than record preserving. Second, I am concerned about fairness and due process. This proposal repeatedly states that it's not punitive, not education, and not finding of misconduct in office, yet its commission is asked to determine whether conduct violated commission rules, whether it correlates with orderly conduct concerns of Charter 6.6, and whether findings should be preserved for future consideration. Charter already provides procedures for investigations under 6.8 and misconduct proceedings under section 5.3. Those procedures include notice, hearings, evidence, and protections for the individuals involved. This proposal appears to create a process that exists somewhere between ordinary commission business and a formal investigation, yet I have not found where that process exists in the charter, in the code, and in our rules and procedures. Third, I'm concerned about consistency. Commissioner Brady has served on this commission for nearly 3 years. I've served on this commission for approximately almost 12 years. Under previous mayors and previous commissions, neither of us was the subject of corrective findings, record-preserving findings, or allegations that our participation in debate and parliamentary procedure constituted misconduct-related conduct. Now, under a new administration, the commission is being asked to adopt findings against the two commissioners who most frequently challenge rulings, question procedures from the majority. That raises a simple question. What changed? Did the conduct change, or did the interpretation of that conduct change? I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for equal treatment. At this time, I would like the chair to make note at 3 hours and 51 minutes and 19 seconds on June 1st, there was a threat of self-harm and a threat against me. I would like you to view that. And possibly corrective action if this is how you guys want to go. I'm not asking for special treatment, again, asking for equal treatment. If accumulated conduct over time is relevant for Commissioners Brady and Atwood, then accumulated conduct should be relevant for all commissioners, including the presiding officer. Fourth, I'm concerned about the precedent that this establishes. Commissioners possess parliamentary rights for a reason: the right to raise orders, point of orders, appeal of rulings of chair, make motions, and challenge procedures exist to protect accountability and minority viewpoints. When the exercises of these rights becomes the basis for official findings, commissioners may begin to hesitate before questioning or ruling or expressing dissent. Whether intended or not, that creates a chilling effect. Healthy government requires disagreement. Healthy government requires debate. Healthy government requires the ability of minority members to challenge the majority and challenge their chair when they believe the rules are being applied incorrectly. Finally, I'm concerned that the commission is moving away from its role as a legislative body, conducting the public's business toward a role that resembles a tribunal evaluating the conduct of its own members. The citizens elect us to govern the city of Lapeer, oversee finances, establish policies, and address community needs. They did not elect us to create new processes for judging one another outside the procedures already established in the charter. As I look at the events over the past year, I do see a troubling pattern. The city has retained outside counsel to conduct investigations at the public expense. Extensive reviews have been conducted of our city manager. Complaints have been filled with outside agencies of our city manager, of whom the commission did not direct the mayor to do. He did that on his own on a city letterhead. Now commissioners are subject of the lengthy corrective findings. At some point, we must ask whether this approach is serving the interests of the citizens of Lapeer, how much staff time has been devoted to these matters, how much taxpayer money has been spent, how much public trust has been consumed by disputes among elected officials. The question is not whether the commissioners should be accountable. The question is whether the city is devoting disappropriation amount of public resources to internal disputes rather than the business of serving its residents. For this reasons, I respectfully oppose this item and request clarification regarding the legal authority upon which it is based. Thank you, and I do have some questions for the city attorney as well.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Atwood. How many questions do you have?
Enough.
I'm not inclined. I think we will move forward from there. All right.
Well, you allowed me time to speak. I wish to exercise that right to speak, sir.
You're done speaking. You have questions for the city
Right.
attorney.
And I would like to speak to the city attorney.
Then I'd like to know how many questions you have.
Page 4. 10.
All right. I'll put it to a majority consensus. We don't need to make a motion for it. We don't have to give them an opportunity to speak according to the charter provision. I am graciously allowing that. Does the majority of the body wish to allow Mr. Brady to, or Mr. Atwood to question the city attorney for 10 questions? All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No. Hey.
All right, the majority is against that. I've already afforded you something that we, by charter, didn't have to. Thank you, Mr. Brady, or Mr. Atwood. All right. That brings us to the item itself. Ms. Petrie.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that the city commission adopt a corrective finding regarding Commissioner Josh Atwood's conduct at the June 1st, 2026 meeting. The commission finds that the conduct violated section D6 of the commission rules and procedures by speaking without recognition, failing to confine remarks to the question at hand, making personal comments regarding the mayor's motives, and continuing to speak after repeated rulings of the chair. The commission further finds that this conduct correlates with Charter C-6.6, which provides that a member who fails to conduct himself in an orderly manner at a meeting is deemed guilty of misconduct in office. This finding is not a final adjudication of misconduct in office. The commission also recognized that a prior threatening statement by Commissioner Atwood to the mayor, "You want to go toe-to-toe with me," was removed from the record when the related minutes were approved under the commission's action-only practice. The commission clarifies that action-only minutes do not prevent the commission from taking formal action to preserve a specific conduct concern, transcript excerpt, video reference, or corrective finding. This action is corrective and record preserving only. It is not a removal proceeding or final adjudication of misconduct in office. The commission directs that the relevant transcript, excerpts, video references, and this corrective finding be preserved in the record and provides notice that continued similar conduct may be referred to our city attorney for formal review under Charter C-6.6.
Is there support?
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner McCarthy. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll go to roll call with those that are not abstaining.
Commissioner Glistman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie,
Yes.
Commissioner Brady.
No. Motion carries. That brings us to G6. In the same fashion, Mr. Brady, I will afford you an opportunity to speak before the item is taken up.
Love the First Amendment, but I love the Fifth Amendment as well.
Very good. To the item.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I move that the city commission adopt a corrective and record preserving finding regarding Commissioner Stephen Brady's recurring use of points of order, appeals motions, and division requests to obstruct business, personalized debate, repeat matters already ruled upon, or force debate on matters not properly before the commission. These are legitimate parliamentary tools, and this finding does not diminish their proper use. It addresses Commissioner Brady's misuse of them. The commission finds that its minutes reflect a recurring pattern of such conduct that the chair has had to rule dilatory or out of order across multiple meetings, December 1st and December 15th, 2025, and January 5th, March 2nd, April 6th, May 4th, and May 18th, 2026. As to June 1st, 2026, the commission finds that the chair acted in good faith to enforce order based on conduct rather than viewpoint. That Commissioner Brady nonetheless raised a point of order stating no breach of the rules, used it to move to censure the chair, and placed an accusation of abuse of power on the record. That the motion rested on a premise the speaker never stated and was made immediately after the city attorney confirmed the speaker's conduct became disorderly when she failed to stop after direction. That, during deliberation, the city attorney affirmed the mayor's interpretation of the policy was proper and declined to call the chair's enforcement an abuse of power. And that the proper remedy for disagreement with a ruling is an appeal, not a censure of the presiding officer. The commission finds this an improper use of parliamentary procedure under Robert's Rules 39 that functioned as a deliberate attack on the chair. The censure motion failed and established no abuse of authority. The commission finds that this conduct and the sustained pattern of which it is the most recent and best documented part falls within the orderly conduct concerns of Charter C-6.6 and provides grounds for a charge of misconduct in office. The incidents documented here are representative, not exhaustive. This finding rests on the commission's authority under Charter C-6.7 and is not a final adjudication of misconduct in office. The action is corrective and record preserving only. The commission directs that the relevant minutes, transcript excerpts, video references, and this finding be preserved in the record and provides notice that continued similar conduct may be ruled dilatory by the chair, confined to the procedural question, or referred to the city attorney for formal review under Charter C-6.6.
All right, we have a motion. Is there support?
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner McCarthy. Any discussion? Mr. Atwood.
Yeah, I have another comment and I have questions that I would like to retain the floor. Questions to the city manager or city attorney. I have 10 of them. Again, I have concerns with this presented item. Extremely long motion. First, I do not believe the commission should be adopting findings of fact, conclusions regarding intent, or allegations of misconduct that were drafted by one participant in the dispute before any independent review has occurred. This item repeatedly states that this is corrective and record preserving, yet it also asks the commission to conclude that Commissioner Brady's action constituted an improper use of parliamentary procedure, a deliberate attack on the chair, a conduct that may constitute misconduct of office. Those are not neutral record preserving statements. Those are substantive findings. Second, this matter involves a disagreement between elected officials regarding parliamentary procedure and the conduct of a meeting. When one party to that disagreement drafts a document defending his own actions while simultaneously asking the commission to make adverse findings against another commissioner, it creates at least the appearance that the process is not impartial. Again, I will make reference to 3 hours and 51 minutes and 19 seconds where there was a threat of self-harm and a threat against me. Third, I am concerned that the adopting findings regarding commissioners' motives, intent, or alleged misconduct with an independent investigation, formal process, or legal review exposes the city to unnecessary risk and undermines confidence in the fairness of our proceedings. The city manager's memorandum raises many of these concerns, including whether this action is within the mayor's authority, whether it could lead to misconduct proceedings, whether it's being selectively enforced, and whether it could chill the free speech of elected officials. If there is a legitimate concern regarding a commissioner's conduct, our charters provides mechanism for addressing that concern. I think you will find that 3 hours and 51 minutes, 19 seconds, that provision is in play there. Our charter provides mechanisms for addressing that concern. These mechanisms should be followed in fair, impartial, and transparent manner. I do not believe it is appropriate for this commission to adopt findings that effectively determine guilt before such process has occurred. For those reasons, I cannot support this item as I have written and stated over and over and over again. I'm not asking the commission to decide whether Commissioner Brady was right or wrong tonight. I'm asking the commission whether it is appropriate for us to adopt a document that reaches those conclusions before an independent review has occurred, which we all will know the answer of the vote to come. Mr. Francis, what specific charter provision authorizes the commission to adopt a corrective finding and record preserving finding against an elected commissioner?
Commissioner Atwood, I believe we are about to go down. I believe you're going to ask me the questions you sent to me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I advised Commissioner Atwood that I had not had time to look into this item or the 10 specific questions. I can give sort of my general consensus, but I'm not prepared to issue a full legal opinion on those items tonight. If that's something the commission would like me to do and give me the direction to do that, I'd be happy to do it, but it won't be available tonight. I do have your questions though.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. As you, our own city attorney and legal firm, will not be able to answer my questions before this commission judges me and Commissioner Brady. I have no further questions. I can go through them if you want and state them on record. If this action is an investigation under Charter Section 6.8, how are the factual findings, conclusions, and patterns of conduct developed?
Well, Mayor, would you like me to go through each one of these with the commissioner, with Commissioner Atwood? Some of them, I suppose, I might be able to give some answer on.
All right. Do you have them in front of you?
I have them in front of me.
Proceed.
Commissioner Atwood, with respect to that, I was not involved in those factual findings. I would have to defer to the agenda item in the packet for how those determinations were made. And you know, how each commissioner made their determination and voted, I'm unsure, but I would have to rely on what was submitted in the agenda packet.
If this action is not education, which I might not be saying that word right, I apologize.
Adjudication.
Yes, thank you. How can the commission make official findings regarding conduct, intent, motive, and alleged misconduct related behavior?
The action item itself indicates precisely that it's not an adjudication. I suggested earlier that I have not done a full memo on the impact of that if there are further proceedings down the line. And I guess that would be my answer to that question. It says in and of itself, it's not an adjudication of misconduct. I would indicate that, generally speaking, if there was to be an adjudication of misconduct, the general law in Michigan, again, speaking generally, requires, written charges, notice, and an opportunity for a hearing.
If the charter already provides an investigation process under section 6.8 and misconduct process under section 5.3, where does this intermediate process come from?
With respect to that, I did not prepare this intermediate process. I'm also not convinced that an investigation under 6.8 would be necessary, so to speak, if the commission were to adopt the charges. Again, not what was just adopted, but if it adopt formal charges of misconduct, I'm not sure it requires an investigation under 6.8. But where the process came from, I can't speak to that. I did not create it.
You already answered the other one. Does charter section 6.7 prohibit a commissioner from voting on this item because it concerns his own conduct?
Again, I do believe these items, although not adjudications, did involve conduct and findings. What those findings have what impact those findings have on processes going forward is unclear, but it did involve findings and it did involve conduct. So yeah, I believe that it would disqualify you under that charter provision.
The proposal references conduct that allegedly provides grounds for misconduct in office. What specific charter provision, rule, or legal duty is alleged to have been violated?
That I would refer to the item again, as it's laid out in the item. I guess maybe I'm answering more of these than I thought I'd be able to answer, but yeah, the item itself is what I would call a self-containing or self-sustaining document. So you look within the four corners of that document to figure out what charter provision, rule, or legal duty is alleged to have been violated. But again, it's not an adjudication with respect to a misconduct determination.
Well, that's what it says, but
Again, it's a document within its four corners, so that's what we look to.
is the commission taking the position that points of order, appeals of rulings, requests for division, censor motions, or criticism of the chair can constitute misconduct of office? If so, what is the legal standard being used to make that determination?
That again, I would refer to the document, and I can't speak for the commission. As far as the legal standard, again, I would refer to the document itself.
That you did not write.
I did not write that. Either one.
If patterns of conduct are being evaluated, has a similar review been conducted for all commissioners, including the presiding officer?
I did not conduct a review of any commissioners or presiding officer.
Why are existing records, minutes, videos, and transcripts insufficient if the purpose is merely record preserving?
And with respect to that, it's the extent it's addressed to me. I did not prepare the agenda items or motions or resolutions. That would be a question for the preparer of the other commissioner.
Thank you. That was my questions to the city attorney, not the commission or the chair.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Francis, just for clarification, because it seemed that the questions were geared at you are the authority over the commission in matters concerning conduct and its own organization and its own governance. Is that how you see your role?
My role? No, I don't get a vote. I would not likely have an opinion. My role, I view, and people may disagree, but is process oriented. So what actions the commission wants to take, I try and ensure that we're following the right process.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind, if you happen to have Charter C 6.7 in front of you, the very first sentence.
Yeah, the commission shall be the sole judge of the election and qualification of its own members, its own organization rules. In order of business, subject to the following provisions. Sub A.
Yeah, you don't have to go that far. I think the first sentence speaks for itself. You are not our governing authority. We are our own governing authority. We don't need to rely on you to give us findings of a fellow commissioner's behavior and to make rulings for us. All right, any other discussion? All right, roll call.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood,
No.
Commissioner Glistman.
Yes.
Motion carries. That brings us to the city manager's report H1.
Mr. Chair, at the adoption of the agenda, we Petrie's motion, we do not take up item 1 if it were to occur after 8:30. Time is now currently 8:50. I guess for the motion, maybe I would ask Ms. Petrie if she still wants to hold by that. I'm not sure it's appropriate to go into closed session at this time.
Yeah, I asked if we could, if we weren't done with the regular business of the meeting, if we could, reschedule it for a special meeting, for that matter.
And if that's the decision of the board, then staff and I will attempt to find a date before July 1 where we can hold a special meeting.
We should probably do a formal motion to postpone this item. Do I have a motion?
That we did.
I thought we did.
You're making the motion then?
Well, I did.
We need
and
to
then-
make the motion formal. To postpone. And you can.
Oh, because of the.
Yes.
Okay. So can I make that motion formal then?
Point of order, for point of clarification.
Sure.
Just so I understand, what was the original motion when we approved the agenda on this specific item, please?
Madam Clerk. Mr. Atwood, I think.
Approve the agenda moving H1 to a special meeting if the meeting is not concluded by 8:30 PM.
Okay.
Isn't that?
Does that motion cover for itself, Mr. Womack?
I think it does.
Okay.
Of course, we're gonna have to identify a date to move it to.
All right.
I was open to staff trying to identify that, trying to set it with the board.
Then we'll move on to H2.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I was contacted by Alan Edwin Holmes requesting reconsideration of the previous denial application. I put myself in a difficult spot because, of course, I don't know what the future holds. I wouldn't want to deny the commission the opportunity to either affirm or contradict their previous decision. I did request for Mr. Francis his input about what we should do moving forward. His recommendation was that we put it in front of the board for consideration. Of course, the board doesn't want to talk about it. They certainly have no obligation to do so. But I will let it stand on its own merits and the board can do with it as it sees fit.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Womack. Before the meeting today, I issued a memorandum to the clerk to be distributed to the commission. I think.
Point of order.
Please state which rule you feel is being broken.
You sent it to the clerk and the entire commission.
Okay. What's the point of order? What's the rule that's being broken?
I'm just specifying what you said, sir. You inappropriately said you sent it to the clerk and the
Okay.
clerk sent it to us. You sent it to the entire
What is
commission
the
and
rule that is being broken that warrants a point of order? Please, for the record.
I'm correcting what you said.
Okay, so you didn't like that I misspoke and
No,
you
sir.
utilized the point of
Sir.
order to seize the floor.
Sir.
Just- Can you please, what is the
You're
rule that's being broken?
incorrectly stating what you did today. You did not send it to the clerk. and the clerk did not send it to us. You sent it to the clerk and the entire commission. That is not what you said.
I said distribution, which is what we have in front of us. This is distribution, okay? I asked her explicitly to distribute all of the printed memorandum to the dais for us. I sent it to her. Yes, you were CC'd. All right, that is a minute detail that doesn't change the truth of this original statement.
Sir, that's
Okay.
not minute.
That's a dilatory point of order. There is no rule being cited, no rule being broken. I'm ruling the point of order not well received. All right. The memorandum states, on June 8, 2026, Alan Edward Holmes wrote to the city requesting that the commission revisits its June 1st denial of preliminary approval for the Brookwood North Site condominium plan. Because the agenda packet was finalized before these materials were complete, I provided this memorandum and attached proposal for findings through the clerk to be entered into the record and made available to the commission at our dais. Before the matter is taken up, there's 2 points in the applicant's letter that are correct, and I want to say so plainly. A site condominium is reviewed under Chapter 10 of our code, not under Article 18 site plan process. And 1715.01, building appearance does not apply to one-family detached homes. The decision does not rest on either provision. What the decision rests on is Chapter 10 itself. Section 10.6 directs the City Commission to review the plan for compliance with the master plan, Chapter 7 zoning, the city design standards, and our other ordinances. This plan reduces lot sizes 20% below the R2 minimums. And the only provision in our code that authorizes that reduction is the subdivision open space plan in provision 7-3.04, which the applicant's own concept drawing invokes by name in October 2025. That is not approval by right. The subdivision open space plan is a discretionary plan the city commission must agree to, and it carries its own application and approval process. The developer applies for it, the planning commission recommends it, and the city commission approves it before any preliminary plat. The developer has not filed that application, and the commission has not approved the use of the open space plan. The reductions the entire project depends on therefore have no authorization in our code, and that alone is a reason enough to withhold preliminary approval. The conditions that such approval would require are also unmet, so even if they applied and we somehow approved it, which we did not, there are at least 9 documented conditions that are unmet, and they are the developers to demonstrate. Chief among them is the land gained by shrinking the lot must be matched by an equal and separate amount of preserved open space, which the plan does not show. And 2 points stand on their own apart from open space. The plan lists a minimum floor area of 850 square feet, where the R2 district requires 100 or 1,000, and it omits the dwelling documentation our code requires for evaluating compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The findings are not a rejection of the project. They list item by item what preliminary approval would require, and the applicant is free to provide it. The city attorney should advise on the proper procedural step from here. Mr. Francis, we discussed this a little bit before the meeting. Would you like to give us some direction here?
Mayor, thank you. I agree with Mr. Womack, and I did speak with him and indicated that this should be put forth to the commission. The commission, it's a correspondence, it's a request. There's no requirement that the commission do anything with respect to this. To the extent that the commission wants to act, it could grant the request for reconsideration, or however you want to phrase it. It could deny the request, it could deny the request with explanation, or it could simply move on to the next item. It's fully up to the commission. The developer or the applicant has no right to determination on it.
Okay, very good. Given the options that Mr. Francis has outlined for the commission, there are at least 3. that we can make motions for. We could either,
Mayor, I'm sorry, if there's going to be a denial, I'd ask that, if there's gonna be action, I'd ask that there be a reason for the action.
okay, very good. Before we deliberate on the topic, we should probably have a motion so that we can start that discussion. Mr. Atwood.
I'd like to make a motion to send Alan Edwin's request for reconsideration of denial application to our city attorney for a legal opinion. Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Atwood, support by Commissioner Brady to send the request for reconsideration to the city attorney for legal opinion. Discussion. Ms. Petrie.
I would like clarification from our city attorney. If this is brought to you, what are you, how will you clarify any more than what we did at the last meeting and what we have in front of us?
I would review the request for reconsideration point by point with the issues that they raise and prepare a formal, likely to be confidential attorney-client privilege response to that for the commissioner. To answer your question directly, I don't know whether or not it would have any more than what you have in front of you.
Other than the time, it would take some time, you'd bring it back to us and they'd be waiting.
Yeah, it would take time. I'm not going to offer an opinion on. Again, I don't believe they have a right to, they don't have a right to a formal answer on this. It's not like an appeal. I don't offer an opinion as to whether delay has any impact on any of their rights.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Francis, have you had a chance to review the requirements for preliminary approval documented on page 5 and 6 of the memorandum attachment? There are 10 minimum requirements for approval. I'll note that even though I've already mentioned the first, which is an application process for subdivision open space plan that has not been fulfilled and should not be in front of us for preliminary review without that. I'll note that even the black and white non-compliance with the square feet 850, which is on page 4 of their preliminary site plan documentation, is squarely in non-compliance with our R2 zoning for that plan. And then the attachment also lists 8 more. Just those 2 alone are, in my opinion, very objective non-compliance issues.
Mayor, and I take your word that you're reading the ordinance correctly. I will only say I was not involved in any of the recommendations for approval.
Mhm.
So without all the background, I don't like to give a firm answer. I don't disagree that on its face what you're saying is true.
Okay, very good. All right. Any other discussion? All right. We'll take a vote. We'll take roll call. Would you please repeat the motion?
To send the Alan Edwin request for reconsideration to the city attorney for legal opinion.
The vote is to send this request to the city attorney for a legal opinion. Roll call.
Commissioner Petrie,
No.
Commissioner Atwood,
Yes.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glissman,
No.
Commissioner McCarthy.
No.
Motion denied. Is there a secondary motion or a different motion of the 3 alternatives that Mr. Francis has outlined for us? Mr. Francis, could you remind us again?
Sure.
That we have options.
Absolutely, Mayor. I suppose the commission could vote or give a consensus to take no action and just leave this here. the commission could make a motion to reconsider the prior ruling and essentially grant the request of the applicant. The commission could make a motion to deny the request for reconsideration. I would ask that if the commission's going to act, which would be any of the last two items I gave, to give a reason for it.
Okay, so to uphold it or deny it?
Correct.
To give reasons?
Correct.
Okay.
If no action is gonna be taken, that's fine without.
And would the attachment to the memorandum be sufficient reason enough?
Those are, if that's the reasons the commission adopts, I would view that as
A fulfillment?
sufficient. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right. Mr. Brady?
I don't have a motion, I have a question if you.
Sure.
I'm interested in process of your memorandum. And I'm wondering if you could fill us in on how you created it, what your just how you created it, and if Brookwood has been made. I mean, this is what I was asking last meeting for, like specifics.
Mhm.
This is what I was looking for, not
Okay.
Building materials kind of stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
what specifics?
Yeah.
So I believe that whatever action we take, this should get to them,
Yes,
so that they know what their path forward could be.
agreed. Mr. Brady, thank you for the question. I will say that at the last meeting, I was not happy with the way that we left the motion either, grounded in 718 rather than anchored in 10.6, even though 10.6 extrapolates out to 718. I also felt that there were other provisions that weren't being suggested, but through grammar that suggested personal preference rather than rooting themselves and grounding themselves squarely in the provisions that were being addressed through those opinions. So I took it upon myself to go and look and see where those provisions were grounded firmly in chapter 10. I started in chapter 10, went to chapter 6, went through chapter 7. I read through them thoroughly, repeatedly. I took notes and I distilled these attachments in these findings. While I was doing that, I noticed that I was referencing the engineer's drawings quite frequently. And on page 4, right at the top in the little right-hand column, I noticed that the R2 requirements did not match when you compare them with the chart that is available, that provision. It says the provision right in those notes. And I went straight to those provisions and saw that 850 is the R1, and we're looking at a plan for R2, and it requires 1,000. And so I just started documenting all of that as I was finding it, and they were just in plain sight, and they should have been caught somewhere inside the process. It is my recommendation that if we do deny the request for reconsideration, that we should give this attachment to the developer so they know how to come back to us and get approved. I also think that after we do something like that, we should probably, as a commission, make a motion to direct the city manager to do a review of the process that it went through 2 rounds of planning commission review. And I don't know what type of process or review through staff and through Rowe Engineering, and things as simple as that were missed in plain sight. And I'd like to prevent that from happening in the future by figuring out what we can improve in those processes so that we don't get to a city commission where we have to deny it on black and white nonconformance. And then have situations where we have Brookwood coming in and saying they felt the letter was inappropriate. Because they're right, it's inappropriate and it's embarrassing, and it should not have made it this far with this many things black and white not in compliance. So I think we have 2 motions before us. We have one to address whether or not we will uphold our decision or rescind our decision. And we will have to give reasons if we decide to uphold it. And I think that there's a great attachment here to provide that. And then we should address the process itself and figure out how to improve it so we can save our city embarrassment in the future.
So just to follow up, Mr. Mayor, so after our meeting, that's what you started your research for that? After the denial?
that is not as simply stated as I'm hearing it. I did start some research, but was ongoing research because I've been looking at this since planning. And I was part of noticing that things were not checkboxed. And they were assured that if it got approved at that stage, that those checkboxes would be checked. On the record, I denied the recommendation to come to the city commission because checkboxes were not checked. Myself and 2 others, we were the minority. And guess what? The checkboxes still aren't checked.
I just, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I would have appreciated this at the time that it first got printed.
Point of order.
Yes,
We have
state
two-
point of order.
We have 2 speaking for each individual on topic, each agenda topic.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I considered that to be the floor.
What rule is that?
It's what we made, it's the motion earlier today, we're not following the motion that everybody gets 2 turns to speak. Now, if what it is you're having dialogue back and forth and he's continuing on that, you know, that's up to you, I'm just saying 2 times and.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Brady, one more opportunity, and then I would like to adhere to the rule because I wasn't keeping count. We were having a little bit of a back and forth, and I will give that margin. And now this is your second.
Well, this is more procedural, addressing her comment. Hate to use a procedural I want to debate this, but when I had the floor, it was my understanding when I had the floor that I retained the floor until the end of my discussion. If we need to start a 6-minute timer just for me, that'd be fine with me. It'd be fine. I want to be able to ask a question. I want to be able to get my full thoughts out. I want to be able to really, it's really hard to say, okay, you get one question, and then when he answers it, then you get one more question. That's really difficult.
I agree with you, Mr. Brady. Ms. McCarthy, would you be opposed to him having 6-minute timer run on his dialogue back and forth? Because he wants to ask some questions too. Okay.
I'm done.
Very good. Okay, well, thank you. All right, Ms. McCarthy.
I just agree with Mr. Brady that I do believe whatever happens today, that the documentation that shows the items that, the 10 different items does need to be shared with them so they understand that you have a path forward. There's not a lack of a path forward. It's just where we're sitting today is a hiccup. So I just want to clarify that it's not the end or a denial outright. It's just there needs to be a secondary path forward.
Yeah.
And I believe that's what Mr. Brady was saying as well.
Agreed. And so if we decide to uphold the denial, my recommendation is that we work in the motion, that this is the standard, the reasons. Mr. Francis mentioned the 10 in the back would be sufficient.
Mayor, if I may, is if it gets to that point, I'm sorry, I have somebody in mind. If it gets to that point, is under the ordinance we talked about at the last meeting, if it's a denial, you have to provide essentially the path to get approval, which is what the mayor said. And just so everyone's clear, this is the motion that were made, and if this is the attachment that's provided, it's my understanding that is the direction to Brookview as to the path for approval. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted it to be clear on the record.
I have second fun. Would this then go back to the planning commission to make sure what's that step? Does it go to the planning? We take this back to the planning commission because there's the 10 missing items? He's shaking his head no, but I don't know the answer because I'm not planning commission, so.
Mr. Francis, that is a good question in terms of process. Do you have an answer for that, or should we look to the city manager?
I would defer to Mr. Womack. I have a thought on it, but I don't know if Mr. Womack has a firm answer or not.
Mr. Womack.
I don't have, I would have to look at the ordinances to make a determination, which I don't think I have sufficient time to do here at this meeting, but Mr. Francis, do you have something that you might suggest?
I would agree with Mr. Womack. My thought is though, without looking at the ordinance to have a different process, is that the planning commission's already recommended approval to this body. So it's passed through the public hearing comments of the planning commission. This body's charged with either approving the preliminary site plan or not after that recommendation. This body's charged with giving a path to approval It's this body, in my opinion's determination of whether that path has been taken.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may just briefly.
Yes, please.
So I don't see any harm in sending it back to the planning commission to verify the things that you brought up, to work with the developer further, to then ensure that if and when it comes back to this board, that at that time it meets with all the expectations of this board. That's one of the, I think, goals and tasks of the planning commission. So I see no harm in doing that if this board sees fit.
Okay. It sounds from the both of you that there's some room for flexibility.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Any other discussion? Mr. Elwood?
Yeah, I'd just like to make reference to our code, conduct of discussion. We've already made the decision to not do anything with the reconsideration of denial of application. And this memorandum is not on our agenda. So we are way past the 5-minute mark on non-agenda items. So I would request that we either schedule a workshop for this, or we, according to our rules and procedures, suspension of the rules for this item.
Support.
I am going to call that in, I'm gonna rule that to be an improper motion. This is on the agenda. It's H2. It says Alan Edwin request for reconsideration and denial of the application. That is my ruling.
This memorandum is not in our packet.
We are not discussing the memorandum. We are discussing the Alan Edwin request for reconsideration and denial of application.
We're discussing your memorandum.
All right, we're done.
Which is not on the agenda.
Yep, we're done. I made a ruling. Thank you. All right.
Sir, our rules and procedures clearly state, you as the presiding officer have to enforce our rules, and our rules say that we get 5 minutes for non-agenda items. I could be wrong, but the correct action would be to suspend those rules or move to a workshop.
You are correct that we have a rule that there's 5 minutes for non-agenda items, but we are discussing an agenda item. And I made that ruling and we're moving on. So are we going to move past this agenda item and ignore it, or are we gonna make a motion for it?
Before the agenda this should have been added to our agenda. Your memorandum should have been added to our agenda. It
What's
was
that say
not.
right there?
It says
In the
H2,
top right
but it
corner.
was not added to our agenda.
Okay.
It was emailed to us and
The
you
contents of this-
requested the clerk to set it on our desk. But the commission, the legislative body, did not add your memorandum to our agenda.
Okay. You're not making an argument different that you've already made, and my ruling is still the same.
But you're not the legislative body, the commission is the legislative body. You are the presiding officer.
And as presiding officer, I made a ruling on your point of order. It's,
didn't raise
or
the point
your,
of
or
order,
your
sir.
motion. I ruled that it is an improper motion. I'm sorry. You're done. This is done. This is an agenda item. And yes, now we're cutting into the 10-minute frame. So either we make a motion on this or we're moving on to H3. Mr. Brady.
I would like to send this to the developer. So I'm not interested in making the motion, but if somebody could, maybe make the motion. I don't know that we need to re-deny, but this would be maybe to provide documentation in support of what we did last.
Ms. Petrie.
Mr. Francis, can you help us? Can you tell us
Yeah,
what
I-
we need to do so that
I-
everyone in this room is satisfied?
I think I have a little bit of a different path that's along the same lines. If the intent is that the preliminary site plan be denied, right? Like it was at the last meeting, preliminary approval be denied. with the reasons for the denial being what's detailed in the mayor's memo, inclusive of the attachment. My recommendation would be that a motion is made to grant the request for reconsideration, but upon reconsideration to deny the preliminary site approval for the reasons detailed in the memo and the attachment.
Yes.
Is there a possibility that Mr. Francis could restate
Point
that?
of order, that's the third time she spoke on this matter.
Is correct.
I'm gonna keep my
That point of order is sustained on the basis of the motion that was made at the beginning of the meeting.
Point of order. I just heard another threat of self-harm.
I didn't hear it. Oh,
Mr. Mayor, I can verify she did say.
who, what?
Mrs. Glissman.
Oh. I'm just going to rule the point of order dilatory for now, because she's not disrupting and prolonging the meeting. You are, by making a point of order on a whispered whatever came out, I don't know.
A threat of self-harm?
All right, but it's not disrupting the meeting. Whatever she said was, I don't know. It's not disrupting the meeting, but you are. That'll be a dilatory point of order. Before I have you recognize you, Mr. Francis, can I read two motions that I think align with your guidance?
Absolutely.
And see what you would have us do. The first is move to receive and file the applicant's letter of June 8, 2026 to affirm that the City Commission's June 1st, 2026 denial of preliminary approval of Brookwood North Site condominium plan stands, and to adopt the findings before the commission as the basis for that denial and the requirements for preliminary approval. This gives them the option to come back with the attachments. The second is, I think what I heard you say, is to receive the, to reconsider. So, move to deny preliminary approval of the Brookwood North condominium plan on the basis that the plan relies on, no, that's, move to deny preliminary approval of Brookwood North Site condominium plan and to adopt the findings before the commission on the basis that the applicant has not demonstrated that the plan complies with the standards of 10.6 requires the city commission to apply, in particular the conditions of subdivision open space plan under 734, whose reduced lots dimensions are permitted only if mutually agreeable to the city commission and the developer, require approval of the open space plan and execute a contract under 734D, and rest on a record demonstrating among the other conditions, the density showing of 734B1 and the equal land offset of 734B3, the R2 minimum floor area under the table 732, and the dwelling standards of 713-1B, the findings set forth in the requirements for preliminary approval. So that's basically listing out each of the 10 items in the motion from the attachment.
Mayor, what I think procedurally, as I've thought about this, I would like to occur is for the, if that's the goal, again, if we're just going to not take action, that I don't need anything further, but if the goal is to include this attachment as the direction and the basis for the denial, I think procedurally, I would like, the proper step would be for the commission to grant the motion for reconsideration, but on reconsideration, deny Brookwood's preliminary site plan approval for the reasons detailed in the memo in the attachment that you prepared.
All of the motions still deny it, preliminary.
Correct.
Per the attachment.
Correct. I just think procedurally, we're better.
At least add that we're accepting the reconsideration.
Yes, and then still that denying. That way it's clear that these are the basis, for the denial and that these are the path forward, that the ordinance requires.
I think that sounds a lot like the first motion I read to you. I move to receive and file the applicant's letter.
Well, that's different than granting it. I would grant the
Okay.
motion for
Move to-
reconsider, grant the motion.
Grant, okay.
Grant reconsideration, and then upon reconsideration, deny the preliminary site plan approval for the reasons detailed in the memo and the attachment.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for the city attorney.
Yes, please.
Mr. Francis, I have concerns that we already denied the preliminary site plan for reasons stated at that meeting. Do we need to do anything to indicate that this is supplemental to, supplanting of, in addition to?
If what I just, Mayor, may I respond?
Yes, please.
If what I just suggested is the motion, we are replacing essentially what occurred at the last meeting with the details in the memo.
Okay. But I also heard you say something else, Mr. Francis. You said if there's no motion taken right now, you would be fine with that. And I think Mr. Brady's concern is how do we get this attachment into their hands? It's a matter of public record because we gave it to the clerk, but.
Certainly, Mayor, they could get it in a way anybody else can get public record information. However, what they're faced with then is the direction that was given at the last meeting, which is the formal direction versus this direction.
Okay.
Which is not the formal basis for the denial.
Okay, so you would prefer the motion?
I would prefer the motion
Very good.
if that's the goal. I can restate it again if anybody would like me to.
Yes, please.
It would be a motion to grant Brookwood North's request for reconsideration of the denial of preliminary site plan approval. And then upon reconsideration, deny Brookwood North preliminary site plan approval for the reasons detailed on the record today and then in the memo and attachment, which would be provided to Brookwood North for the applicant. I'm using Brookwood North, Alan Edwin Holmes is the applicant.
Madam Clerk, did you get that? Okay. Mr. Francis.
I got part of it.
I'd be happy to share with the clerk even after the meeting, but the motion would be to grant Alan Edwin Holmes' motion, request for reconsideration. And upon reconsideration, deny the preliminary site plan approval for Brookwood North. For the reasons detailed and the memo and attachment prepared by the mayor, which are to be provided to Brookfield, pardon me, to Alan Edwin Holmes. And I would note, this is not part of the motion, Ramon, I would note for the record, part of that attachment does specifically say it's item 3, requirements for preliminary approval, which is what we're directed to give them.
Mhm.
I think for the commission's benefit and for Alan Edwin's Homes benefit, this is a clearer path than what was done at last meeting.
Thank you. All right, that is the motion that the chair will entertain.
I'll move it.
Is there support?
I'll support.
All right. Motion moved by Commissioner Petrie, support by Commissioner Glissman. Madam Clerk, you have what our city attorney had. Okay. We are at 33 minutes. We kind of discussed before the table motion. Are we ready to go to vote? Or does anybody have any final comment? All right, roll call. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Brady.
I guess I really hope that everything you wrote in here is good stuff. Yeah, taking you for your word at it.
Okay, thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Atwood,
No.
Commissioner Brady. No. Commissioner Glissman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie.
Yes.
Motion carries. That brings us to H3. Mr. Womack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have one additional item, and I'm not sure if this is in this P3 disbursement item. I was asked to put together a motion regarding a contribution to the Center of Arts for Greater Lapeer regarding the American 250 Community Picnic, which will occur on June 20th. I think it's important to notate that this is in celebration of the 4th of July Independence Day, which probably should be notated in the motion. But otherwise, I have a motion for you as presented.
All right. Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion to contribute 5,000.
Yes.
Mr. Womack, should I include that it's coming from the $15,000 budget that we've already?
No, that's a separate item. I'm
Okay.
gonna work with Ms. Hannah to specifically identify this is the motion that we've worked on together. The only
Okay.
thing I would ask is that when you indicate the American 250 Community Picnic, it's in celebration of the 4th of July.
In celebration. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to contribute 5,000 to the Center of the Arts Greater Lapeer for the America 250 Community Picnic that is in celebration of the 4th of July to be held June 20th, and to amend the City Commission Community Promotion Budget for the contribution.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Petrie, second by Commissioner Glissman to contribute 5,000 to the Center of Arts. Any discussion?
Mayor,
Commissioner,
just Mayor,
Art, I'm sorry, Mr. Francis.
No, that's okay, Mayor. I just wanted to point out, just for the commission and the public's benefit, the reason Mr. Womack asked for the motion to specifically reference the 4th of July is there's specific statutory approval for that expenditure.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Atwood.
I might need to ask Mr. Womack what budget year this comes out of, if it's this current one or the one that starts July 1.
Yeah, so that's the reason why it's coming out of the community promotion budget for the current fiscal year, because the money that was approved of originally starts July 1. Now, Ms. Hannah is the math magician, not myself, so I'm sure she has it under wraps exactly how she wants to do it, but she's on vacation today, so the exact, nature of how we're gonna do it, I'll leave up to her, but this is the motion we need to get commission approval to do that.
Follow up if I may.
Yes, please.
So we still have $5,000 in that budget for this current year?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Take a roll call.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glissman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Petrie,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes.
Motion carries. Mr. Womack, anything else?
None at this time, thank you.
Thank you. That brings us City Attorney's Report. Mr. Francis.
For benefit of the commission, prior to the meeting today, I sent a confidential attorney-client privilege on an update on the matter. Aside from that communication, I don't have anything to discuss. And I don't need action on that. Just wanted everybody to be aware.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. That brings us to unfinished business. The first is the Lapeer Housing Commission, Robin Chestnut, reappointment, 5-year term to expire August 1st, 2031. It is my recommendation to this commission that we proceed with that reappointment.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved by Commissioner Glissman, second by Commissioner Petrie to reappoint Robin Chestnut to the Lapeer Housing Commission for a 5-year term to expire August 1st, 2031. Any discussion? Mr. Atwood.
Did you speak with the applicant?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
And I also spoke to her references. who is present, would you like to speak to? Would you like to have her reference come up and speak or anything?
No.
Okay, very good. All right, any other discussion? All right. We'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to J1A2, 3, and 4. I am going to postpone my reappointment recommendations to the next meeting as I still have some questions that I need to finish up in some due diligence here. And that will bring us to J1 B, which we don't have any listed, but I think we had some openings that were listed, not in the packet though. So unless anybody has anything, we're moving on to departmental reports, and those are in our packets. And that brings,
Just for clarification for my purposes,
Mhm.
we're postponing Lapeer Neighborhoods Inc. and then the 2 for the planning.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, I was only able to speak to the references on Neighborhoods, Inc., which is very positive. I don't want to get into all the details, but
No,
I
I
think
just
we're going to
wanted to
have
make sure
that
I
wrapped up
understood.
real soon. Yeah. All right, that brings us to public comments. Second public comments of the night. And I'll remind the public that we have 3 minutes, only 3 minutes for each of you. Please raise your hand to be recognized. Come up to the podium and state your name and residency. When the timer goes up, we'll ask you to kindly return to your seat. Yes.
I'm Mindy Schwab. I'm a resident of Lapeer, and I am not going to speak about anything that was said tonight. I'm actually going to say something that wasn't said. And I found it very interesting to watch the discussion for the corrective and record preserving reviews on Atwood and Brady. There's only one person on the dais who looked comfortable. Everybody else looked completely miserable. Like you were not comfortable at all with what was going on. Heads were down. Some people looked like they had bile in their mouths, which tells me you weren't comfortable with the process. I would just really like to explain to you, I really do want to see all of you succeed, truly. I want to see you win the hearts of the people that you are serving. There may need to be some course corrections, and so I guess I would challenge all of you to watch the video and see if you saw what I saw. The nonverbals were really loud, so I would just maybe challenge you to see if you're not comfortable with the decisions, maybe you need to give it some more thought, vote with your gut, whatever, but just consider how the appearances were. Didn't any of you look comfortable with that? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Gigi Griffith again. So I would like to take time to thank everyone who is here, everyone who has come, staff from the janitorial staff who takes time to make sure our building looks amazing, to the clerks, everyone who works here, anyone who does parks work. I am so indebted to all the people who take time out of their day to make sure our city is amazing. I am very grateful to everyone out there for all of your hard work. It's not easy, I'm sure. And I don't mean this as a criticism, but as a point. If we are going to take time to penalize Atwood and Brady, then we do have to, because I think it's wrong. I don't think we should penalize them. We do have to then watch our language when you say you're going to harm yourself. That's not okay language then. I don't think we should be penalizing you, because I don't think we should be penalizing Mr. Brady and Mr. Atwood either. but that needs to be noted. I don't think either one of those needs to be penalized either, because I also don't think you need to be penalized, but if we're gonna enact that rule, then that rule has to be followed. I think it's a stupid rule, and I don't think it's a rule we should follow. And I just really urge you guys again to all please respect each other and try to be a bit nicer to each other. We're all human beings here. We deserve respect, kindness, and love. So let's try to share that with our fellow human beings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Right here.
Susan Huff, Metamora. The rule of two is obviously not being applied equally or fairly. Some commissioners are able to back and forth with no problem. Other commissioners are cut off. Some commissioners don't even get a count on how many times they've had an opportunity to speak. And the mayor is not apparently included in that rule. The mayor gets to talk as much as he wants. The mayor's forgetting about listening. He's supposed to be listening to these five. The ridiculous hand raising, treating these commissioners like they are middle school students. Invest in some software or equipment that allows commissioners to pop in when they want to be recognized, and a queue is set up and we don't have to count on the mayor not discriminating by viewpoint. Have you ever looked up at the sky and wondered why I can't just pick a color and stick with it? 1 minute it's blue, the next minute it's orange, and before you know it, it's gray and acting like it has forgotten where it left the sunshine. The sky is basically nature's giant mood ring, changing colors whenever it feels like it. Most of the time, the sky is blue. I like to think the sky simply likes blue because it's a fashionable color. Blue goes with everything: oceans, lakes, blueberries, even some sports teams. The sky wakes up each morning, looks in the mirror and thinks, yeah, blue again, a classic choice. Sometimes the sky turns gray. This usually happens when clouds move in and block the sunlight. Gray skies often seem grumpy, as if the atmosphere woke up on the wrong side of the planet. On these days, the sky appears to be saying, no bright colors today. Everyone stay inside and think about what you've done. Then there's sunset. We missed that tonight. The sky decides that blue is boring and changes into orange and pink before it changes once again for night and becomes black. Of course, the sky's most impressive fashion statement is the rainbow. A rainbow appears when sunlight shines through raindrops, creating a colorful arc across the sky. It looks like the sky accidentally stole a giant box of crayons. A rainbow is nature's way of saying, I know it was raining 5 minutes ago, but look how fabulous I am now. Whether it's wearing blue, showing off a colorful sunset, or sulking behind the gray clouds, the sky always finds a way to keep us entertained. Thank you for listening, and thank you for not discriminating against my viewpoint, as you do not discriminate against the prayers and the scripture readings that are not germane to your city business.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the way in the back.
Leslie Getz, I'm a resident of Mayfield Township, and we learned today at our annual meeting about the fire agreement that was made. So I just want to say thank you to the commission for approving that. It sounds like a good deal for the city and for Mayfield Township.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? Right over here.
I'm just confused, Bernadette Tracy. I'm confused about the consent agenda item C tonight. Okay, for the special event of the Pier Symphony, it says June 18th, 2026, but the approved consent agenda says June 15th, and I'm just not certain what day that's supposed to be.
All right, thank you. Any others? Right there, yeah.
Brian Kluge, resident of the city of Lapeer. Like Ms. Schwab mentioned earlier, I too have been observing facial expressions. And I wanna say, I'm not accusing your city manager of crying. But I would say that there were a couple times when it looked to me like he was at a state where he really was ready to tear up, if not already there. We cannot continue to have this type of behavior. We just can't. Jeremy, I'm gonna share something with you that was shared with me early on in leadership. It's to surround yourself with very capable, competent people. You have them. You have them. Don't micromanage them and get the hell out of their way. Please, take it for what it's worth. You have a very competent team of people here that you work with, and I think you know that. I see some micromanaging, whether it's intended or not. I want to think it's not, because I've had some candid conversations with you outside of these meetings. I stood with you all day at the polls, and I saw a person that I'm not seeing here. And I am pleading with you, show the people in this room the person I talked to and spent the day with at the polls. And this city will be night and day different than it is now. I don't think you intend to be as rigid as you are, but you're rigid as hell. And we need to try to help you fix that. I think you want that help. I want to help you get there. Because we have very good people here. We have a clerk that's phenomenal. I mean, I work with clerks in other municipalities who say, she's the gold standard. You're gonna lose her if we don't find a common ground here. We're gonna lose her. We're gonna lose the city manager too. Jury was out on him when he first came to town, quite honestly with me. But I've seen nothing showing that says he is incapable of running this city. And he wants to do the best for the city. But he has to have bosses that trust him and respect him. He has to. That is a must. And we're not there yet. I'm not saying we can't get there. I believe we will get there. But we're not there yet. Please, let's find some common ground here, and let's start extending some common courtesy to our staff, so that we can be the city that we all want it to be, not the one that we're seeing right now.
Thank you.
Excuse my, Bill Sprague again, excuse my passion that I had earlier tonight. If I could have had a couple extra seconds, one of the things I was gonna say is we had an opportunity tonight to maybe heal some of those wounds that we've had. I saw brewing from 835 miles away when I'm sitting there by my house in Kansas, watching you guys do a meeting. And it's just, sometimes you can have too many damn rules. And it's a lot easier to lighten up a little bit and, you know, not worry about some of that stuff and focus on the problem to get done. I think I'm gonna form a group though, because I learned something tonight that if I form a group, I got 10 minutes. So I am forming the Bill Sprague Group of Better Government for the City of Lapeer. And we're gonna be a watchdog agency. And we're gonna look at this thing, and as long as you guys, so if you think, you know, I feel like The Godfather 3, you know, when Don Corleone goes, I got out of this stuff. Almost said the wrong word. Got out of this stuff 7 years ago, but you're dragging me back in. You know, I don't want to do this stuff, but I know Josh is capable of doing it. He was a pup when he worked with me. And he's good, and he's capable, and he's passionate. You know, look at the guys. There is nobody here that has to be silly. You know, you look at some of the people we had back on the commission back there, and they're so diverse that it was difficult, but we let everybody, there was no rule about 5-minute talking. The person was allowed to talk. Guys, comments out. If you didn't agree, say, yeah, I don't agree, let's move on. Boom, you got to say your stuff. But this is crazy, guys. You gotta rein it in some way, and more rules isn't the answer. And look at what we're doing to the people. you know, it's, you know, we don't want to do there's never been a mayor or a commissioner recalled in the history of Lapeer. Never. And that's all I've heard since I got back. I mean, there's people coming to me saying, Bill, do something about it. I said, I ain't been this involved in this stuff for 7 years. You know, and one of the biggest comments was, recall them all and let God sort it out. You know? So, you know, excuse my passion again, but I want you to be successful. I put too much damn work into this thing for 20 years.
Thank you.
You know, and those egg timers, that was my way of controlling and giving them, letting them finish the sentence versus that damn chime.
Thank you. All the way back.
West Weber City resident. The reference to The Godfather, I like that. Not one time. You come to my house for a cup of coffee. And now you want me to do this thing. Yeah. If I could join your group, then maybe, you know.
As long as it's a cash donation.
That would be good. Or is it gonna, I'll be denied, like, I was on the playground getting picked last for kickball.
Nah.
I'll say that when I was a grade school kid at Maple Grove, Mr. McKeechee, my 6th grade teacher, said to me, he's like, Wes, you are a good kid 70% of the time. And now that I know what I know about human nature, he was quite optimistic, you know. But I think the comment's right. I think it's, it was the first time in my young mind I realized I was fallible and yet salvageable. And I think that the city can come together and work together. I think it's a good, there was a comment made earlier from a city resident about what the Brookwood HOA wants. Now, to be clear, I wasn't speaking for behalf of all Brookwood residents. I was speaking on behalf and with the consent of our HOA board. And we want a site plan revision so that the scale of the development matches what's there. We want the houses. I want that clearly on record. And, you know, so that when my name shows up in the paper, which I'm deeply uncomfortable with, but it's part of doing this, I recognize that the community would know that we are not opposed to new residents. There was not a consensus in the Brookwood residents as to what they wanted. There was lots of people concerned about our schools, concerned about not having enough kids in the schools. And so I recognize that when I stand and make a case, it negatively affects our teachers who won't have those students in the schools, and that saddens me. But there are massive implications to these types of plans, and I wanted to make our residents know. And just lastly, and I hope I can say this quick enough, there was a children's author named C.S. Lewis who talked about hearing a news report of your enemy. Just imagine that you read something from them that's horrible, but the next day you read something from them, it's not so quite as bad as it once appeared. Is your first reaction like, oh man, I kind of wish it was the bad story, you know? And I've done that before. Oh, I wish my enemy, I wish it was worse. And again, you have to check that fallible part that we all have and just push that to the back and say, no, I actually want the best for the other person, even if we don't agree. I think I've had good conversations with all of you. And I'm thinking, I'm learning that even our city planners who do this for a living, there are things that they can learn as we go along too. I think, you know, the term expert's fluid, and I appreciate being told that you're not like that, and I acknowledge it. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Borshako, Metamora. So Mayor Hing said something interesting today. He said, how can we save our city from embarrassment in the future? I think that's like the most profound thing I've heard today. Because what I've seen today makes me very, very sad. I saw the punishment of 2 commissioners who are just trying to, you know, uphold the charter as they see fit. The punishment of the MML president. You want to make headlines? That's a really good way to do it. And again, just for standing up to you, in my opinion, appropriately. My main question today is, would you work for you, Mayor Hing? How long do you think you would last if you had a boss that treats people the way I've seen you treat the city staff
and the commissioners here, would you work for you? Mayor Pro Tem, would you work for you? Because I think you have quite, your affect comes off in a quite flippant and I would say snotty way often. Would you work for you? How would it affect you? Because when you're a leader, you have to think about, how is my leadership affecting people? Would I work for me? How would it affect me? What kind of leadership inspires this kind of ugliness that we've seen here since November? All this discord and this dysfunction. What kind of leadership does that? As I was driving here, I was late to the June 1st meeting and I was listening to it when I was driving, and it was the condo discussion, and I was like, are they trying to get sued? Because it seems like they're trying to get sued, just like they're trying to get lots of bad press. Just like the church and state, you guys got a nice little email this afternoon, didn't you? About church and state. It seems like you're gunning for a, you know, maybe a lawsuit there. First Amendment lawsuit. I don't know how many more times I can explain it. I know it. You guys are, some of you are misinterpreting it up here. And just the destructive nature of your inappropriate rule over this city. Because I don't need to walk a mile in your shoes to understand, because I've seen the other mayors and how they acted. And you can perceive your role completely differently than they do, and you perceive good leadership in a completely different way than any good leader I've ever known. I just would wonder where in the past you've been successful with this type of leadership. I would love to hear that. You have a lot of buzzwords that you use. You keep using due diligence over and over and over. Maybe look into viewpoint discrimination, because that's one that you're going to keep hearing from us. Because you practice it so consistently, actually, that you are inconsistent in how you apply things. It's viewpoint discrimination. You know, I wish I had time to do this. I wish I had time to go through the footage and count up how much time you spent looking at your Roberts rules and all these meetings. It just seems very, very ridiculous to those of us out here. Thank you.
Anyone else? All the way in the back.
Andrew Johnson, 407 Gulfside, lifetime Lapeer resident. I've observed this circus for the last 6 months, and it's frankly embarrassing. I should be in bed right now. I've been working 80 hours a week, but I got to come up here and talk to you people like your children. The world is watching through this camera the circus that's going on here. I don't know anybody. I've spoken with Mr. Womack. I own a business here in town. Been here my whole life. I've spoken with Mr. Womack a couple times on the phone. I know Mr. Atwood from a distance, and what was done to him tonight was wrong, straight up wrong. He is a man of character, and I've observed that my whole life from a distance. So what was done to him was completely and 100% wrong. What I'm calling for tonight is your resignation. You are an embarrassment to this city, and this problem has arose since you came here. As a Christian, you should go home and hit your knees, boy, and pray to God that the world doesn't see this. This is why the world questions what Christians are, because this is the circus they observe. This is not Christ-like. As a business owner, I'm in the dirt with my employees. I shovel. I roll in the mud. I was in a crawl space today that some people couldn't even get into. And I've had people say, what do you do that for? Because I'm a leader. Because I do what's right. And the people follow me. That's what good leaders do. Everything rises and falls with leadership. And right now, this ship is sinking because of you, sir.
Thank you. Any others? Right here.
Susan Good, longtime resident. Just a couple little things, simple little things is, you know, we're all so quick to point the finger at everybody else and think everybody else is doing something wrong. But remember, you always have 3 fingers pointing back at yourself. And so you really need to look at your own heart and examine your own motives and intents, which only God really knows. I don't know what all your motives and intents are, but He does. And what you're doing or not doing is affecting all of us who live here in this community. And that is really hard. And I think there is also a big difference between hearing and listening. I had a disagreement with someone, and someone else said, well, maybe you just were listening. You were hearing, but you weren't listening. And I thought, because most of the time, if one of you are speaking, all the rest of you are ready to give your answer. You're not really paying attention to what the other person is really saying. You've already got your answer and you just can't wait to spill it out. And that's not really listening to what somebody has to say. We have to be better listeners. We have to be slow to speak.
Thank
We have
you.
to just be quick.
That's from the, yeah.
We just have to be more aware of our surroundings and ourselves, and really, am I really paying attention? Do I really know what she's saying? Do I really know what he's saying? And not be jumping the gun to give a reply before we really have considered everything has been spoken. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right here.
Penny Brodsky, Lapeer Township. I've heard two speakers get up and tell all of you what's in your heart or what you're thinking because of the way you're sitting or your facial expressions. And I don't know what's in your heart. You know what's in your heart though. And I do believe that all of you are doing what you feel is best. I may not agree with you, but I wouldn't dream of getting up here and telling you what you're feeling or what you're thinking or what kind of Christian you are. That's just low, really, really low, if you ask me. Welcome to my world, Mayor Hing, because it seems like you have a lot of the same followers that I do, and I deal with this a lot. Many speakers that got up here, same thing, same scenario. They create a narrative and they pound on it. It doesn't matter if they have facts to back it up, evidence to back it up. They'll just keep saying it and saying it and saying it. So I think that those two speakers that did that, it was really low, and I think there's other ways to get your point across, not trying to read somebody's heart and judging their faith. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Right here.
John DeAngelis. Commissioner Fussman, some people just don't get sarcasm, apparently. So, and it also, they're talking about you guys making faces up here. Well, we're making faces out there. But I think if you looked at some old tapes, we used to have a Commissioner Swindell who would stick her tongue out at people, would make all kinds of comments, would blurt out things. I haven't seen anything like that since you all have been here. So just keep that in mind. People are super critical of you. Mr. Mayor, they're never gonna stop. They're just gonna keep, and anything they can think of to say to you, mean, nasty, to dirty you up so you don't get elected again, or maybe possibly try for a recall, they're gonna do it. They'll never stop. And that's just what's in their heart. It's not what you say, it's them. So, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Any others? Right here, yellow.
I just want to commend you. Tonight was the most reasonable night that I've sat through as far as this meeting. And I applaud you all. And I want to say that Mayor Hing, I applaud you for what you're doing. I've said that time and time again. I think you have definitely a job on your hands to try to control some of the antics that go on. And I appreciate you as a person, as well as most other commissioners here. I do feel that the people of this community, the residents of Lapeer, need to look for the truth in what's going on and not rely on the false social media that's out there. I've seen podcasts, I've seen things that are totally outrageous. And to me, that is spewing hatred toward members of this board. I do not condone hatred. I love my neighbors. But when they're doing wrong, I point it out. And I commend most of you on this board for what you do and what you have to put up with. And I plead the residents of Lapeer to look into things and get more educated and find the truth in what goes on. Because there's a lot of truth that is not being shown. There's a lot of speculation and a lot of hatred that is being spewed out in this community. And this used to be lovely Lapeer. I've lived here all my life, and I've never seen the consension and the destructiveness of social media that is going on in this area. And it's shameful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Straight back.
Ken Kopnick, Oregon Township. You know, I've watched this tonight, and to Mr. Womack, to Mr. Atwood, Mr. Brady, I know this means nothing, but I would like to apologize to you guys for what I consider has been the sodomy that has been committed on you guys tonight. This group had better learn real quick. And it was put out that at one time they were referred to as the mayor's harem. And then we were corrected and told that, no, they felt like his mother, that they vote for him or what he puts out 93% of the time. When you do that, you better be prepared and have the money for a lot of chapstick, because when you go along to get along, you're going to need it. And remember this, if you disagree, if you sidestep, you may be the next one on the punishment list. And remember, he decides what is or isn't correct. Mr. Hing, you should remember one thing. Three mothers can be very dangerous. While they will defend whatever the young does to the bitter end, when things go sour in a rat warren, mothers will often eat their young.
Thank you. Any others? Straight back.
Hello again, Jacob Leroy, Mayfield Township. Just want to say a few things. I didn't know we could bring signs into the commission chambers, so I'll have to jot a note down for myself on that one. I'd like to thank you for recognizing the dilatory points of order from the past meetings from Commissioner Atwood and Commissioner Brady that have been used to frustrate the meeting. We saw a tiny bit of that tonight. I'm thankful we only got that one bit from Commissioner Atwood. He raised a point of order and you ruled on it. And well, so first he couldn't cite the rule. He kept pushing the same thing, and then he ruled on it, and then he kept pushing it with no new rule brought forward or no new point of order. So it's just, that's where the friction comes from, is that, in my opinion, misuse of that parliamentary procedure and not respecting the mayor's rulings. Because that's when we get into these back and forths for 30 minutes or more at a time. And so, you know, you're welcome to disagree. You're welcome to raise those points of order if you have a valid point of order. But the chair of the meeting makes a decision. That's the decision. So I'd also like to ask, what punishment or penalty does this place upon Commissioner Atwood or Commissioner Brady? I don't think there is one. You know, they're not being removed from meetings, they're not being barred from participating in meetings in any way. So, you know, in my opinion, it's not a penalty or a punishment. Another commenter had also said that, you know, back in the past, there wasn't this use of the rules or all that that are being brought up now. But I'd like to point out that a lot of those rules are in the city charter and in the city rules and procedures. And a lot of those have been in place since before, I would say, most of the members of the board took office. So it's not that they're making stuff up or, you know, it's not coming out of nowhere. That's the rules, and you know, because of the friction, they're having to fall back on the rules to get the meetings back on track. So, and I didn't bring any non sequiturs to use up the rest of my time. So I'll bid you all good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? All the way in the back.
Hi, Heidi Helfer here. Just very quickly, I wanted to touch on, I didn't get to finish the last time I spoke, so just very quickly, regarding the discussion of the word condescending from last meeting, I just wanted to assure Ms. Petrie that I do know what it means. After having taught English for 22 years, I am familiar with the definition, how to use it, and I thought you and Ms. Lissman demonstrated it perfectly. And another thing that's been brought up is that we're not dealing with, that people are being, I guess, blinded by certain social media. And the people that are saying that are then are the ones that don't seem to be dealing with facts. Facts are more important than feelings. It's not, I'm not judging any of you for what you believe in your heart. I'm judging you for what you are doing for this community or not doing for this community. And it's not about you. It's not about any of you. It's about us. It is about the community here. And what are you gonna do to help us? Leaders help others. Leaders do not do things for themselves. So you just need to get on track and do what's best for the community and stop thinking about yourselves.
Thank you. Any others? All right, close public comments, and we'll move to closing comments of the commissioners. Ms. Bushman.
Well, thank you. Mindy was correct when she said that I looked perhaps perplexed over voting about Commissioner Brady and Commissioner Atwell. I like them both a whole bunch. Commissioner Brady hasn't spoken to me socially since January. He said to me in January, "I'm not talking to you anymore." So I can come in and say, "Hi, Stefan, how you doing?" Nothing. I don't deserve that. I'm actually a pretty nice person. We are really proud of Josh Atwood, and he thinks we are not. We are very proud of the fact that he represents us for MML and is president. Some of you in the audience think that we hate each other. That's not true. We're trying to get along with the business here. But in actuality, I really like everybody sitting up here. And I think most of us do. And in fact, sometimes it's a lot of fun. And sometimes some of you, I think that we're out to get city manager Mike Womack. That's absolutely not true. Mike and I have a great relationship, and I really like him also. So I don't like the comments that you think you know how I feel. You have no idea how I feel. Absolutely none. And I'm not here for my self-importance. I was asked to run for this. I worked for 2 congressmen and a senator. I never once asked for those jobs. I was requested by people to do it. So it's not about me either. It is absolutely not about me. This past Sunday was a great day in Lapeer, especially for kids. When we dedicated that flagpole and all of the scouts came out. Now, let me tell you about these scouts. They were little kids from Cub Scouts till we had a high school senior and we had Eagle Scouts. They were ecstatic. Troop master called me later and says, They will remember this the rest of their lives. They were so excited about being there and participating. The focus was on young people at the flag raising. We had a young lady who was from Chatfield School, 8th grade, sang the national anthem like nobody's business. It was absolutely beautiful. We had a trumpeter and bugle player, Miles Julius, a senior at Lapeer High School, absolutely phenomenal. And the scouts come from a group called the Mackinac Island Scout Service Troop, Troop 127. These are kids from Lapeer, and every year they go up several times to Mackinac Island and perform the patriotic duties, the flag raisings, the flag burnings. They're the only group that can have a fire on Mackinac Island as they preciously burn our American flag. So my deal on Sunday wasn't about me. It wasn't about anybody who gave the speeches, because I told everybody 2 minutes or less, and everybody followed the rules because we were not there to grandstand. It was about dedicating the flagpole, raising the flags, and letting the young people perform. We have 250 years of history, some really great and some really bad. But our next 250 years relies on the children. And that's why I wanted the children there Sunday to perform and have their parents see them. It was totally awesome experience. I had a couple people cry when the kids read the poem, Old Glory. If you don't know the poem, Old Glory, I suggest you look it up, because it tells about many things our country has gone through. And this is one paragraph, because I don't want to belabor it. It's late. I have been a silent witness to all of America's finest hours, but my finest hour comes when I am torn in strips to be used as bandages for my wounded comrades on the field of battle. When I fly at half-mast to honor my soldiers, my airmen, my sailors, my Marines, and then I lie in the trembling arms of a grieving mother at the graveside of her fallen son or daughter. I am proud. My name is Old Glory. Long may I wave. Dear God, long may I wave. Parents cried over that when the kids recited it. Have a great week.
Thank you. Mr. Brady.
No comment.
All right. Mr. Atwood.
There's lots I could say, lots I don't want to say, lots I'm afraid to say. Because whatever I say can and will be used against me, which is a fearful way to sit in this seat. I mean, it's 10:17. Brady has said 10 lines, and we've almost been here for 4 hours. So to specifically point at me and Commissioner Brady telling us that we are the problem, I need the full commission to wake up here. Honestly, wake up. The way our government is running right now, council manager, we're a hybrid form of government. Yes, we're a council manager, which the characteristics include city council oversees the general administration, makes policy, sets budget, council appoints a professional city manager to carry out day-to-day administrative operations. Often, the mayor is chosen from among the council on a rotating basis. Mayor-council form of government characteristics include mayor is elected separately from the council, is often full-time and paid with significant administrative and budgetary authority. Depending on the municipal charter, the mayor could have weak or strong powers. The council is elected and maintains legislative power. Some cities appoint a professional manager who maintains limited administrative authority. Under our specific charter and code, we are a hybrid form of government. The mayor is elected separately, is a weak mayor, has no legislative ability, has a voice in our proceedings, but my gosh, in the last 7 months, has that been taken advantage of? Mr. Womack is fully in charge of our administration. Fully. So I think you guys need to take a long, hard look. And why do we have books of Robert's rules here, but we don't have our book of charter and our code up here? That is the last on the list to rule our governing body. And when you guys continue to give the mayor more power than is allotted to him, you guys are enabling this to continue. And under our hybrid form of government, I would like some legal opinions on some things, including our mayor's, the way he's running this operation. Do we even need a city manager anymore? The way this government is running. Do we even need a city attorney anymore? The way this government is running. Our mayor is giving us memorandums that we're approving without legal opinion. Why is our city attorney here? Why is our city manager? He can't even talk. And when he talks, it's as if he doesn't even matter. I mean, the guy has a degree in this, has been doing it just as long as I've been helping run this government. That's his career, is municipal law. Why we are taking the word of our mayor is baffling to me. And this commission continues to allow it. You guys need to look at our charter and stop giving the mayor all this power. Until that happens, dysfunction is going to continue. People can watch the YouTube and they have their own opinion. I didn't give them their opinion. That's from them watching the meeting. I have been on a Facebook fast for a year or 2 years to, number one, work on myself, because I don't think I've arrived yet. None of us have arrived yet and are perfect people. But by golly, if someone of his stature and his nature has studied how to gain control of this commission that you guys are blindly allowing him to do, it's baffling to me. And I don't know what wool are over your eyeballs, but pull them back. And all this here, all this dysfunction that you're blaming Commissioner Brady, and again, I'm not saying you are blaming us, but you're blaming us too for all this. Are you kidding me? I hope we're all held accountable to our actions and what we say and what we do and our facial expressions and threats. So be mindful of what you do, because there's a reckoning coming when you want to keep this sort of the findings, that you create this new way that the mayor came up with that is not in our charter, that you guys allowed him to do, that you guys allowed him to prepare this memorandum and we approve it, that you guys allow him to use our attorney on the spot to write an ordinance is baffling to me. A $16 million project, and we're going to allow him to write us a motion and blindly support it? There is no way you knew what was in that motion. Absolutely not. So if anybody here is putting this city at risk, it is the mayor and the commission, who always goes along with what he's doing. It's baffling to me. Do your research and see what type of government we are, truly. And you guys have the legislative authority. And if you want to continue this, by all means do it. That's on you. But It's mind-boggling. That's coming from the National League of Cities, those two references. There's more on local governments, but it's kind of weird hearing myself in the YouTube. Sorry. But my gosh, what you guys did today is beyond words. It truly is. Actions truly speak louder than words. And when it came time to discuss my actions and Commissioner Brady's, you didn't have the angst to say a word for or against. You took the mayor at his word. Therefore, you just went blindly along. You didn't say, yes, I agree. Well, you did by vote. You did do that. But blindly just went along with him. Who's to say that that action won't cause a lawsuit in the future? Our city attorney couldn't even answer my questions. He didn't have time to. To be honest, I don't even know what I'm doing up here. My voice doesn't matter. My opinion doesn't matter. My years of service doesn't matter. You can say all day long that that's absolutely not true. But 11 years of experience, I can tell you the mayor has never reached out to me and said, what do you suggest on this? What do you think about this topic? What do you want to do? Nothing. He spoke to me one time, and it took 2 months for him to speak to me. What am I doing here? I will continue my role at the Michigan Municipal League as league president. And by the way, when I'm done with these meetings, I talk to the director and I tell him what I thought I did wrong. And I warn him that this could be used against me. I have accountability. I have accountability partners. I have people I confide in. And I'm sure somewhere along the lines, these words will be used against me somewhere. And I'm also ashamed that we were so busy worried about me and Brady that we couldn't even get to our union contract. That me and Brady's took precedent over actual city business. And we couldn't get to our, you can say you love the staff, great. Again, actions speak louder than words. Well, now we have to plan a special meeting to approve this contract so you guys could go along with what the mayor has written about me and Brady. Please go through the meetings and write something about yourself. Do that for us to prove that you can be humble enough to look at yourself and tell us what you did wrong during the meeting, because there's no way all of us are innocent up here. Absolutely not. And if that's what you want to, if that's the stage that you want to set, and that's the stage that you want to live in, and that's the performance you want to go through with, fine. But I will continue to speak my mind. I'll try to be a little more respectful and try to not mischaracterize my words. I can do that, but I'm not going to stop speaking the truth and what I see. I've done this way too long. I've been racked through the mud. I've been taken off boards for retribution. I've spoken against mayors. I've spoken against commissioners. Not once did they make a corrective finding. I've even tried to make amends with the ones I did disagree with and have lunch. And this is just baffling to me. And there will be regrets, not by me, but this commission will have regrets from what they did today. And that is not a threat. I'm just saying you will have regrets on the actions that you guys took today. And I am ashamed and I am appalled. And that's all I have to say. And my children are watching, by the way. One of them wanted to come tonight and have words with the mayor. My 12-year-old daughter. And I said, out of respect for the mayor, do not say what you want to say. And I also told her that I'm dead afraid of the meeting tonight. I don't want to go. I'm scared. But I wanted to be an example for them and the people out there that no matter what you go through, as long as you show up and you do your due diligence, that's on me. The actions others take against me, that's on them. And they have to live with that. I'm done.
Thank you. Mr. McCarthy, or Ms. McCarthy.
You can call me Lucy. Okay, I'll answer you just about anything. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. It was a tough thing to do tonight. I mean, no one up here took it lightly. We didn't talk about it because, I mean, just rehashing things that culminated to where we got tonight. And so we move forward. I will say that I'm grateful that tonight had very little, if any, gaveling, very little, if any, point of orders that are just stacked procedurally on top of one another to delay business. And we were able, still took a long time, but we were able to get through it. So I was just more pleased that we were less contentious tonight than typical. I just want to say a few things real quick. First of all, I just want to say happy birthday to my grandson. I couldn't be there for his 13th birthday tonight. The rest of the family got together and he is 13 and he's wonderful. His name is Grayson Forrest. I want to thank Rodney and Linda Glissman for what they did at Flag Day, but someone who was an unsung hero was that Melissa Petrie went and bought all the cookies from Jerry's and delivered them there. So that was something that she had done for all of the children and all the people that came. And she never ever really toots her own horn. I want to say that I have to pass Park Street a lot. I go to lunch every Monday with my husband. It's our date lunch. And Park Street and the parking lot look absolutely fabulous. I mean, just stunning. So thank you for all of your vision on that. I know we had a little flooding and it was interesting to hear what everybody said on social media, but again, it was because it's not completely constructed. There'll be better drainage as it gets going, but it looks stunning and I didn't see any flooding today, so it was fabulous. I also want to take a moment and say, I want everyone here to please, well wishes, say a prayer, whatever it is in your heart. Mrs. Womack had surgery today on her leg. And so he was there doing that. And I want to say that I wish her well and that she'll be in my prayers. And then the last thing I'm going to say. This weekend, June 20th, is the celebration of Lapeer America 250. And in conjunction with America 250, it will be the Center for the Arts, the historic courthouse, not the Friends of the Courthouse, but the historic courthouse, and some other different things. The courthouse will be open. I will be the historic docent. I will be giving docent tours on the hour. So there will be a docent tour at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to be in that courthouse from 12 noon to 7 p.m. when Rodney Marsalis takes the front porch, and that's a free concert. So the courthouse is not fully decorated yet. All the furniture, all the pictures have not been put back in because the renovation is not complete. There's still more that has to be done, painting, etc. But we do have it open for the public, so you can come in and see it. It still looks pretty awesome. And we hope that you do come. We have either a guided tour that I or one of the other docents can give, or we have a self-guided pamphlet type of thing that you can walk through. Gigi is helping me at the end of the day. Thank you so much. It's really pulling people to get them in. So please come and see the courthouse. The next time, I think it'll be open for the public. If any of you are desperate to go in and see it, it'll be decorated for Christmas, the first Thursday in December. It will have a America 250 red, white, and blue theme on throughout the courthouse, but still Christmas. We're trying to figure out how we do that. So, but then at Christmas, it will be fully refurbished and it will have all the furniture back. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Petrie.
I first want to start out with thanking Linda too, watching her. If everyone knew every detail that this woman put into the celebration of our flag and saw the island of people that that were there to honor our flag and our community, I am one that cried for a lot of reasons. It represented a lot to me. So I'm beyond appreciative, and I talked to you this morning, and my words cannot relay to you my heart. So thank you again. I want to say that Mindy was right, because what we did as a mom, and you probably can relate to this, there were many times that it was hard for me to dole out punishment, especially when I knew that the consequence of that punishment was going to break my child's heart. It's very hard when you love your children, but if you don't discipline them, their behavior can be detrimental to them. And I need you to know that I care very much about Stefan and Josh. Matter of fact, I collected a lot of his signatures because I wanted him to run, because I believed who he said he was. And I collected a lot of Josh's signatures because I believed who he said he was. I still think that person is in there. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I've watched Josh for years be a different person than he has become since this mayor took office. And I've tried to talk to him and say, let's talk. He does not want to. While I listen to you, I don't always agree with you, and I'm not always going to do what you think I should do, because I do have a mind of my own. While you think I didn't know the motion or that I don't read this, I'm going to tell you how many hours. For the people on social media that say these commissioners are in it for the money, let me tell you, I make $50 per meeting before taxes, regardless of how long the meeting is. So I'm not in this for the money. I truly did this to try and contribute to my community. So if you read my body language as sad, yeah, I never felt good about disciplining my children. I didn't. It was hurtful because it's my heart walking around outside my body. I didn't want to do this. I felt, what can we do? It was out of control. I tried to talk to Mr. Brady more than once. He also said to me, I don't want to talk to you. That is not compromise. That is not relationship. You try and talk. And I'm not sure what it is with the two of you. I've asked both of you, please have coffee and talk with Jeremy. It won't be a quorum. Men do hard things and they move forward because they're the leaders and they teach people to survive. We were created. The men are the survivors and the hunters, and the women are the nurturers. That's how God made most of us, with some variation in there. Mr. Sprague, thank you for your service to our community. I attended your meetings, and my husband actually coached your son for a short time. And so I appreciate all you've given to the community also. But Lapeer's very different in 7 years. Many things have changed it, and it's harder to govern. I believe that it's become more difficult to govern because the world has changed tremendously. There's accountability for choices and actions that we choose. There's consequences sometimes that we're like, why'd I do that? But that is the order in the world. And so we can be sorry and remorseful, and we can try and change our behavior. That's what I hope. When I made the motion to do this, I know that those fingers point back at me. It makes me more aware of my behavior, my words, my actions. I think we're smart enough. We've lived long enough, the three women up here. We're well aware of, this isn't a good thing for the community, this division. Let's stop throwing things, because truthfully, and I believe this with all my heart, from the first meeting. Jeremy has not had one meeting where he's been able to. Tonight, I would say, was the first time he was given respect and ruled or governed this body kind of, it kind of went well. I don't want to say too much because it kind of went well. I hope that this is a reset. I hope this is a reset for all of us, that we all look internally and say, why am I doing this? Why am I up here? It is not because I want my name up here. I don't want Jeff to print my name. He doesn't have to interview me. I am so not doing it for me. I'm doing it because I was called in my heart to try and make a difference in this community. A good difference, a positive difference. Change is hard. Everybody has different personalities, different styles. Diversity is what makes the world go round. I was taught by my parents that if you don't have anything nice to say, just be quiet, watch and listen, ask questions so that you can learn. And I did that. I came to these meetings and watched and learned and asked questions. I'm still learning. I'm still asking every day. I was the one we had 6 kids in our family. I was the one who couldn't stop asking questions. It wasn't to be irritating. It was to learn. So I believe, my husband was a school teacher and he quoted this all the time. The only dumb question is the unasked question. So ask questions. But when you get up to the podium and you presume that you know any of why we made our decision, I guarantee you don't, because you haven't called me and asked me why I made that decision. Brookwood, all of that. Unless you have read through this, called all the departments, asked all your questions, call their city attorney, ask your questions. You can only, you have a glimpse of what we're doing up here. And I know that now from sitting in the audience and watching them. I know that now. This is a lot of investigative stuff. And I was elected by people to be a check and balance. While I want to give authority to Mr. Womack, I was elected to question it and make sure it was the decision that's best for the community. I ask questions to understand. It's the only reason I ask questions, to understand. And I do need to have trust for people to say, go ahead. And this community, I love this community, so I don't necessarily just give away something that I love unless I trust the person I'm giving it away to. So trust is really important. Whoever brought that up out there, it's very important. Trust is not given, it's earned. Sometimes it's broken and it has to be re-earned. And it's broken again and it has to be re-earned. But the book that I abide by is not Robert's Rules. I'm sorry. Probably should know it better. It is not. It is the Bible. I'm not ashamed of it. And he asks us to forgive 7 times 7 times 7 times 7 times 7. Not easy, but that's what the whole world is about. That's what the cross represents, forgiveness. So I hope this is a reset. I hope we can all be a team and say, let's change our behavior. Longevity, places, and I'm talking about myself, doesn't necessarily equate with complete knowledge and an ability to make other decisions. So I appreciate all that you do, Josh. I appreciate all of your time on the board, but I don't think exactly like you, and that's okay. And one of my daughters wanted to come tonight too, for a different reason. It was to talk to you, because she also really cares about you. I love your whole family. I know what was put into you. And so, yeah, it was hard. It was a hard thing to do, but I was at a loss of what to do to try and steer the ship differently and hit the reset button. I hope this is it. I hope this is it. I hope we all look inside and go, what are we all going to do different? That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Womack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cloutier, you accused me of crying. That's a little funny to me because I'm famously a non-emotive person. The only time I cry is when my dogs die, so I'm not crying today. Although I did blush a little bit when Miss Linda accused me of being her friend. I appreciate that. Thank you. Deleting YouTube videos, besides the fact I'm also famously pro-transparency in government, I certainly would never try to do such a thing. And even if I did try, there's a big man in the corner who would probably punch my lights out if I attempted to do that. Ms. Glissman, you've already been praised enough about your flag raising ceremony, so I won't repeat. I thought it was an excellent ceremony. What I will tell you is that the Flag Day celebration started after the attack on Fort Sumter during the Civil War. Because prior to that, it was seen more primarily as a battle thing, you know, something that the armies carried into battle, not something that you flew outside your home. Another thing I'm pretty famous for, at least with my staff, is I don't believe in yes men. I want to hear the contrary opinion. I want to hear why I might be wrong. And I'll just share with you one of my favorite quotes. It's a John Stuart Mill quote from On Liberty. That the peculiar evil of silencing the expression of an opinion is that it is robbing the human race, posterity as well as existing generations, those who dissent from the opinion still more than those who hold it. If the opinion is right, they are deprived of the opportunity of exchanging error for truth. If wrong, they lose what is almost as great of a benefit, the clearer perception and livelier impression of the truth produced by its collision with error. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the sentiment tonight has definitely been that there was a light shining on the city yesterday, and in spite of the rainy weather just prior to it, and the flag ceremony was wonderful. The involvement of the Scouts and the community, most of them showed up while it was still raining, but just as it began, the sun broke. Or started to, and it really broke at the end, but it was beautiful. So thank you for all the hard work that went into that, and the community for showing up to celebrate that moment. What a momentous moment to see the community come together and focus on positivity for a change. And it's interesting as I reflect back on 1 hour and 40 minutes worth of public comment between the two. I get that it's 10:40, but that accounted for a lot of it. And then there was 35 minutes of commissioner comments as well on top of that. And so just for the distinction that there was an insinuation that it's my leadership that creates these things to go along, but we definitely want to ensure that the public has an opportunity to express their First Amendment right and criticize every one of us up here as they see fit. And we receive that criticism, and hopefully we can learn from that criticism. And I, for one, heard someone say something tonight that I am happy to take accountability for. It was my very first meeting. And I did say something that was rash. I did, as Mr. Womack was behaving in an out of orderly fashion and not recognized by me, I said, "You have a right to speak when spoken to." And I apologize to you for that, Mr. Womack. I forgot about that till one of the public speakers had brought that back to my memory. And it's definitely not one of my best moments, but I am a firm believer in taking accountability. I'm not even going to excuse it. In spite of the circumstances surrounding it all, I don't need to give the context. I don't need to give an excuse. I just need to take accountability. And that's what we saw here tonight. But I also heard a lot of people struggle with that. And I'm disappointed. And I think that that's something that we could really use. My children as well, they watch these things, they pay attention, they see the things on Facebook. I encourage them not to look there. I'm same with Mr. Atwood. I take a fast from all of that stuff. I haven't done it. And I just don't pay attention to that stuff. But unlike what I heard today, where someone had to restrain their children from coming and giving me the what for, because of not liking what I stand for or what I say, my children are equally hurt by the treatment that I get here, by public and by commissioners sitting up here at this dais. However, we pray for each and every criticism, whether well-meaning or not, whether constructive or destructive. We pray for the individuals, that they are blessed. And I said that in a meeting in the past, and I truly believe that, and that's what I encourage my children to do. I would be living in an upside down world if one of my kids came to me and said they were going to come in here and give one of these people up here the what for, and I had to tell them not to. Instead, I think I'm very grateful. And I'd like to say that I had something to do with that. I'm one of their parents, at least 50% of something to do with that. That's the character that they resolve to when they see mistreatment of their father. Anyhow, I want to thank everybody for being here in all of the feedback that we've received today. It's a lot to work on, and we're committed to it. And I think that we have some hope. And I think that some of the comments reflected that, in spite of the frustration, that you carry that hope out there as well. And I pray that that continues to grow and that there's some fruit that springs out from that. All that being said, in spite of what I'm called and how I'm viewed, soy siervo del anciano de días. Más aún, esclavo. Y suyo es el reino, el poder y la gloria por los siglos. Meeting adjourned.
What did you just